Welcome to session number 22 of our Three Tiers of the Kingdom. We have finally resurfaced from the depths as of the last session, and so it's back to the Shrines of Koroks. I believe the current scorecard is 46 shrines and 160 Koroks. Now we have 10 orbs, that's 8 of which we'll need to cash in at some point, but a lot of other shrines to hit along the way. And also, we are currently in the midst of a quest that totally failed to function the way I thought it would, down in the depths, where, let's see if we can find it. We have returned to find 3 of the objects that did not seem to make it down when we fell, or rather threw them in the first time. We've thrown one of them back in. We have to look for the other 2, which are going to be on the south and west chasms of the plateau. So anyway, here we are at the origin point of Breath of the Wild, just for old time's sake. Seems like we're at a great vantage point from which we can see the sunrise and begin a day's adventure. So anyway, destination is, so we just threw this in from the north. The eastern one has already been accounted for down below in the depths. We might as well loop down to the south and the west. And the one in the west, yeah, that's going to be up in the snow, so we'll need to make sure we're appropriately geared for that, I think. Yeah, we do have our cold resistance gear on, so that'll be easy enough. In fact, we can probably zip right there too, except I believe one of these, if we can look at the map again, was the one that was kind of tucked in below at a low elevation in one of the original shrine locations. So yeah, let's just loop down south and see what awaits us there. But yeah, we can ascend through here if we want to go up and then back down, but we'll go through here instead and see how it goes. Alright. Whoa, getting pelted here. I don't know if we have any particularly cheap weapons we want to burn this guy, but might as well pick up some foodstuffs along the way since we did manage to consume so much. Where is it? There it is. Pop up for a moment, will you? And here we go. Don't really need to drop lightning power everywhere here, so let's just cancel out of this. And then we will first of all look for the southern extremity. Trying to recall the shrine locations from the first game. That's kind of our guidepost for everything in terms of where it's located. And of course there was the chasm that was much higher up in the snow, if I recall, where one of the eyes we needed to relocate was encased in ice, at least when we saw it last. Here's a little Yiga clan boundary marker, just to make it extra obvious that they've set up shop in the area. And here's the original crossing point that we're looking for. I believe this is the southern chasm that we'll be headed towards as soon as we have created ourselves a bridge. So let's do that. 2 logs here are probably better than 1. Anyway, same old interaction as from the first game, except this time we actually had to to move the logs into a more accurate location, only to find that they have fallen short. I guess we need more than that. Not going to do a tightrope walk over something that's one log wide, though. We should have actually attached some stone to this just to have an axe. Fell some of these instantly. Rather than burn all the durability on our current weapon. So, let's make the crossing point. It's a little off-center, but I think it'll work. Just barely. It could have been awfully disaster-prone. Anyway, this guy here, Black Boko, that's easy enough. We're just going to drop some lightning on him. Nope, and miss. Rishu, if you please. Nope, totally missing. There we go. And we might as well slap him with whatever we got. We do want to loot him, so let's not go too far here. And yeah, black boko horns are easy enough to come by. Usually more cheaply than what we've shown off here, but we'll take that nevertheless, and see if we can make it up. Around, I thought this was the location we wanted to go to, but yeah, there is this ascension point over there. It's also going to be pretty slippery here, quite inconveniently, for our purposes. But if we can find a good location heading back up, we will do so. Alternatively, we can take the log bridge and use it to climb. Now, well, before this guy runs me down, might as well get some of that low-grade meat. Now, I thought it was around here that we needed to go. Yeah, we're right underneath the chasm, in fact. So we should head on up, sending the target over here. Seemingly. Although perhaps it's trapped underneath. Anyway, we've got plenty of stamina to work with, so let's just climb it. And we will be well on our way, I hope. Yeah, just a little bit off, in fact. So we didn't really need to cross here after all. We could have just taken the after passage, but that is what a very precise memory of this original tutorial location will get us. As we expend far too much stamina. And, like I said, okay. That was unfortunate. Oh, it's something here, okay. Who is here? Oh, it's just bees. Alright. Let's grab the nest if we can. Maybe not take too much fall damage this time. We'll have to take it patiently as we head on up. Yeah, that little boost over to the right side there was rather ill-advised at the very end. Actually, we probably should have just grabbed the log bridge and continued it. Not really, we can't quite do that. Alright, so this whole thing is a bit of a bust. So, also lightning damage incoming. Let's not deal with that. And that removes all our bows. Might as well grab some apples. We probably do want to heal up just as a precaution so we don't lose too much progress at once, but that's okay. We can be pretty risky from time to time. And if we can get an ascension point up here, that'll be best. But I think none of the overhangs will be too cooperative, especially in the rain. And so yeah, this is actually another white boss Boko squad, this time surrounded by black ones, which was not the case with the ones that we had fought earlier on in the last stream. I mean, a lot of lightning in the rain could probably just take him out quickly, but no, let's not mess with this. Let's heat up before we get into too much trouble. Luckily, with the Korok front here, we can actually fight these with no apparent loss of durability. Okay, and Rishu will do the honors. Well, we can try to sneak strike as much of that squad as possible. The thing is, it does put us at risk of getting smoked with the metal weapon. So we do need to be fairly careful here. And luckily, if we do get smoked, we can just plant a metal weapon over there and have to be done with it. But I feel like we can probably quite stealthily take them out. Perhaps we change into stealth gear, we can put on a chic mask and everything. Just to be extra stylish about it. Just peel off as much of this squad as possible while lightning rains down from overhead. Yeah, this will be a little dangerous because we have to get a sneak strike and then switch off the weapon immediately. Or no, actually we'll just use Reaper. Reaper's sword will do it. Oh, somebody's about to get slapped. Oops. That's okay. Get over here and get smoked, why don't you? Excellent. Instant death. Okay, so you just missed a sneak strike, but that's okay because a little bit of lightning here will actually do wonders. Oh, I don't have a bow though. Whoops, sorry about myself there. Not the brightest thing that's happened just this moment. Okay, let's switch off to bow actually, and let's try to do it quickly before he gets stabbed. Lightning's gonna dissipate anyway. Oh, bad idea. Too close. We should actually switch off to chic gear now that we've totally blown our cover. Let's go lightning helm. Just in case. Go for something a little more defensive. Boots are kind of immaterial here. We'll just put on some armor. And then... it'd be nice if Riju would come over here. We need a little bit of distance from these guys. Nope. Bad idea. We didn't eat up. That's a big whoops. We totally had this fight under control. I just got a bit careless there with shocking myself and forgetting to heal. That was great, though, the instant kill on this guy. Okay, let's actually just be more precise about the sneak strikes this time. And when the lightning comes in for the strike over there, we'll be in great shape. Okay. And then we might as well go for... we haven't really used the Flame Emitter Club, but we do have a sturdy wooden stick right away here. And a lot of hearts we can use. And just reduce this to one guy, which works for me. Let's just toast him. We're running pretty low in the fire fruit, though. And yeah, we're kind of out of the woods as far as the oh yeah, Claymore. Let's try to use it. Get nice long range on this. Easy. Much easier, in fact. And yeah, a couple of things broke off here, but that's totally understandable. Indeed, if we go extra durable on that, we can get back to actually having a hammer at the ready. And we'll do that instead. Okay, back to having some weapons, that would be nice. But yeah, if they're sleeping, I mean, I didn't really leave the Claymore there, but if we just had a lightning strike. Anyway, the instant kill on the boss Boko, the silver boss Boko, is actually excellent for our purposes. Anyway, let's maybe switch back to some non-stealth gear as much as we enjoy dressing them like chic. Is my bridge still there? It is not. It is well out of the way, so let's just head on up. The standard way, perhaps. Since we know that we likely have to be there anyway, I wonder why. Yeah, I must have confused it with the other location for the lower chasm, unless... well, we'll see. Wizard rope up there. Don't really want to deal with the lightning guy right now. We have cold-blooded gear on. Yes, we do. Look at that green dragon. We totally won't approach it in time. Probably should have switched over to snow boots and worn a fire weapon here just to get us through. Nope. Alright. trying to kick these guys into each other, but... not very accurately, as you can see. Alright, let's just swat you. Green track is kind of leaving us, huh? Whoops. Overambitious with some climbing sometimes. Yeah, I believe this was the eye that was encased in ice anyway, so... we don't have a scale on the green dragon yet, but we'll get to it eventually, I'm sure. Anyway, we need to find that chasm. It should be right around here. Oh yes, this is the lower location. We just needed to cross over to it. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it should be under that rock. Which... I guess we have to redo this one. Climb down input that we can. That'd be really nice. Very momentary. Its ability to do this. Climb down? No. Come on. Can never tell when that is going to be detected. Climb down. Down. Nope. That's what happens. Anyway, let's drop this thing straight down. Hopefully without incident this time. Straight down a bit. No issues, I hope. I've got one more to go after that. The last one is the one that's fairly high up in the snow. Yeah, I wonder how I missed that. Considering that we had actually traversed towards it, I think we were just slightly under in terms of elevation. Okay. Anyway, here we are. We'll just go for the next location. Fairly straightforward here, I think. Ice Chew, that's excellent. I do want that. And Rishi's just gonna poke that for me. I mean, save me the arrow shot, I guess, but I wouldn't quite say we were ready for that. So anyway, let's head on up. Arrokudas are kind of nice to have. It'll chuck snowballs at us, but that's fine because we do, in fact, want some eyeballs. I would very much like to take their eyes. Even with these 38 damage bows that are totally overkill, considering that they die instantly to any arrow shot. And are also quite wide targets. Okay, Zolfo's tailing me here. Let's see what we can do. Quite a squad, in fact. Oh, come on. Reach hold still. There we go. him right out of there, and let's see if we can just take this guy out first. Might have to kill these guys by fall damage, but I also want to loot him, so... I want to just send him off a cliff unless we get to him after. Oh. Spat into my face. Okay. We should actually heal up defensively before getting into trouble like that. Let's see where we respawn, whether we need to redo very much. Alright, just right before the Aracuda fight. Like I said, let's actually eat up for a change. Let's not spend all our stamina in this fight. I kinda wonder if I can just toss snowballs at these guys. Doesn't quite work. Okay, Rishu, get over here. Can't actually rely on her very much. At this range, and we just got one shot. Huh. Didn't expect it would hit that hard, but I guess we are pretty undergeared, so... Alright, let's do the Aracudas again. Have we learned any lessons by now? Not really. One of them would be to eat up and maybe have an extra apple for that. One-shot protection. Apple, banana, something plentiful that we can farm again really easily. We actually need snow boots on for this, ideally, but again, I don't have an extra piece of cold resistance on top of that, so we want cold resistance food if we do it that way. Actually, let's not be too close range with lightning, we could get shocked. Yeah, if I could get Rishu to actually come next to me for a moment here. I think we actually need to crowd control some of these guys with ice. Taking too many hits here. Okay, good. Nope, and they hit pretty hard, actually. And a good deal of it is that I'm not compensating for how slow I move in the snow. Surprisingly tricky to do that. Let's correct for that then. I don't know if we want to spam so much cold resistance now, just given we need to save some of that food eventually, but that's okay, we can always make more. And that way we can actually get some snow boots on. Which would be much, much better. Can actually get some movement again. Yeah, it's much, much better. I'd forgotten how much it slows you down, in fact. Oh, that is hard. Okay, we need some crowd control. Any crowd control. That guy hits much harder than I count for every time. Okay. Let's try to Keep him under control. And just face him directly. Okay, let's kill this one first. Good. Jazz needs to keep this under control. Make sure we don't lose track of the Zolfos being released as well. Good. Now can we sneak strike or something? Not really, because it's in combat. Toast him, maybe. Nope. They hit so hard. Especially with a lunge attack. Well, we can't just avert the fight, we have to learn how to play this. The same idea here, let's go cold food and snow boots again, I think it does work. To some extent. As we heal up the remaining point. And remember to change. Okay, eyeballs. That's what we came for. Then we'll go around. And then, let's see if we can do some icing. Yeah. Whoop. Okay, good. Now, let's see if we can start whacking some of these guys without reactivating them. If we can. Whoa, no, wrong way. Facing in the right direction is a good idea when you can manage it. Nope, too small radius. There we go. Still full on health, that's good. Nope. This Alphos pretty much has to go down first. Nope. Too much one-shot risk. Don't take care of him quickly. Okay. Actually need to get some elevation here so we can do the quick shot. There we go. Fortunately, I control control signal's not being totally responsive, which is making it a little difficult to do snap aiming. But much better. That's how you play this game. Most of the time. And then just stun lock him with a claymore from that point on. Okay, there we go. Okay, still have full health. There we go. Much better. I would use that ledge to our advantage. And yeah, sturdy stick broadsword, we'll do that. Nope, need more of a jump here. Nope. Just jump properly, there we go. Okay. Yeah, it was a bit rough. Totally underestimating those guys. Anyway, we have our snow boots on at least until things expire. And might as well bundle up the thick stick for now. Until we get something better. That was a surprisingly tough fight, mostly just because of those offers and the one-shot potential from all of that. These boxes seem a little sturdier than usual. Not so much that we can't do something with it. And there's the chasm we're looking for all the way down there. Why don't we have our horse anyway? Oh, because I dismounted it for it to climb or for a fight much earlier. Yeah. See, this is what happens when you're so accustomed to playing on a plateau without a horse. That having it kicking around is something that doesn't even occur to you anymore. Seems a little unnatural, in fact. To move around here quickly. Yes, we'll gladly take it, or you can book it for me. Very much like some ammunition for that, in fact. Anyway, surely we have enough stamina for this. And yeah, so we've already thought this, we just need to dump it once again. I still don't understand why everything respawned up here. Even after the quest told me it had been successfully dropped. Maybe he just dropped out of position or something from bumping against a wall. Anyway, we can't follow it down immediately. We do have to go around somewhere else. So hopefully we're not just way out of range for some reason. But I still don't get why would be within range of the east one, but not the other ones. Anyway, I'm obviously quite incentivized to take care of that as soon as possible. Let's get back to the horse. And yeah, if we can, we'll get down there relatively quickly. With a boat, if at all feasible. Let's see. What materials exist here? For a quick and easy crossing. Oh, no. At least she's gonna give me an ice shoe. Good. Just this guy. We'll be able to pick up that weapon soon enough, so let's grab the chest first. Has a nice royal shield, actually. We should replace one of our existing ones and rebind it. I'll do this one. We'll need to do a bit of an exchange here. And then a lot of things about to break on us. I think at this point we should just drop the broadsword. Oops. This is not going to last very long, but... we'll take it and we'll see if any boating options exist. Yeah, likely as not, we'll just hop over the old-fashioned way by creating some planks. Same interaction as the first game. I think we get no kinetic, except this time we can attach the panel, making it much easier to balance. So we'll take the horse. Well, we did find a second well entrance. We're going to go up to this one again. It's close by. It'll get me where I need to go, and we'll hopefully get to complete the interaction and come back here to the Temple of Time. So we'll be back and forth quite a bit. We also skipped some fairly obviously placed shrines along the way, and so we can certainly go back for that as well. Up here, we're essentially above the old Shrine of Resurrection. Rather fond memories of coming up here and running away from the goblins. The very first hour of the game. The other game, that is, Breath of the Wild. Learning how to descend off cliffs seems to be the most critical skill here when it comes to playing without the glider. The way we've been doing all this time. Those are just shrooms over there. I don't really need them, I don't think. And that was a problem. That was unwise. Actually, we shouldn't have gone this low in the first place, should we? Because now we're well below where we needed to go. Whoops. That's what happens when you don't know how to gauge elevation. We could have just gone over slightly. That's a good way. Back up. We can even heal up at the shrine. Since the horse is parked there anyway. No, turn that off, please. And what is this that we can ascend through? Oh, it's just some fruit. Dazzle fruit, perhaps. For all our dazzle camouflage needs. Anyway, we're well below where we originally wanted to go. Let's not die to this guy. Not even a good meat. And yeah, we can always call it the horse, but might as well just take a bath in the old place and claim it after that. We're kind of way off intended position. Wow, how did I miss by that much? Yeah, I misjudged my elevation. We should have just continued along where we were earlier instead of dropping so soon. Thought it was on the level that was above the Shrine of Resurrection, but nope. Not quite. Anyway, here's the horse. Right where we left him, we've got to ride around. Let's not run into that guy. With only a little bit of heart and a half remaining. Now, the fellow who gives you the schema stone here, I don't think he gives you anything else. And perhaps once you talk to him, I would assume that you don't necessarily need to fight the Yiga clan trap again, but, you know, it's something that we'll have to look up ourselves. Anyway, we'll just heal up in the spring. Back in what remains of a resurrection tank, which, like so much else from Breath of the Wild, has been decommissioned or disassembled somehow. No banana trap, but we'll see if he does anything else. We already know, but yeah, same tutorial messages. The fellow down below who talks to you about much the same thing. Let's head straight back up. That's too far up. Why do we keep missing that? I thought those would just take me to the upper level here, but I guess if you're even slightly off, it's better to just climb out of this or something. Yeah. I guess we do have to get up to the snow and drop back down. Potentially. Oh, here we are, in the shrine. Needed to line things up properly. How about all this? Let's make something cheap and just smash it. And that got me just about nothing. An arrow. For trouble, which we haven't even picked up. A few more arrows, that's nice. We're on 93. Sounds like a lot, but I tend to eat through that bank pretty quickly. Anyway, let's ride. Let's hope that underground we'll see the interaction we want. Yeah, I don't want to mess around with this too much. We do want to go directly down to the depths. Simply because of the issue we had encountered with all those stones being repositioned. Well, 3 out of 4, which is just especially strange. Shrines are very dense in the center of the map. We can pick some up for additional upgrades, but not until we've gone over, so... yeah, okay, we've done that one already. Alignment of circles, we follow it that way. Then we follow the coast up until we hit the wall. Yeah, it'll just be straight up, we're not gonna fight. Well, and of course, we're gonna fight. But these guys hold a lot of meat, though. Let's just take them. Let's freeze that one so we don't deal with it yet. Robo's gonna break. That's fine, we'll switch off the next one, and then let's get a weapon here. Pick stick. Royal, yeah, we'll go spears. Do you want someone to meet? That's why we're fighting these guys to begin with. We actually use very little L targeting, or ZL targeting rather, this game. Nope. Throw's not quite as good as a lot of other things we could be using. Stick there and a royal. Yeah, let's just use a royal. The whole point is to get meat. Shadow crawler, what? Okay. Just trying to loot this guy's meat backpack. It's not even the good stuff. He's not holding the prime meat like some of his companions have done. When we picked up a bouncy bat, we don't really need a bouncy bat, but a sturdy wooden stick can be a useful base for something else, so we don't put a stone in there for tree chopping or something. We can actually harvest some wood later, perhaps. This is a pretty good standard weapon for now. Oh, I don't really want to deal with these guys. That's alright. Let's hit him with something cheap. Actually, no, we can use that gust method, don't we? It's gust much earlier, so we're not that close to a cliff, so can't really kick him to death like we usually do. Okay, not an especially valuable weapon, this is literally just my rock hammer, so not all that useful, and let's just continue. Yeah, they're easy, but the problem with them is that I'm always trying to be as resource efficient as possible, which usually means just, you know, dusting their heads off and kicking off a cliff or something. But because they're so easy to the point that I don't want to spend durability or ammunition on them, and so I wind up running around trying to defeat them in a very contrived fashion. Because it's not that they're difficult ever in the sense of hitting you, but they do cost you resources without trading much in return, and that is the main thing that you need to deal with when it comes to that. Great Plateau, North Chasm. No, that's not where we're going. We need to exit the plateau entirely. We can't. We're just the exit here. The fact that it was on a horse completely threw me off. The fact that we are in fact still on the plateau. But the horse has been getting pretty spooked lately. All the incoming attacks. Anyway. So hopefully this time all the objects that we check below actually stay in place for when I go down there and explore. So we're not running around fighting with a seeming despawn, but what we had done in the previous stream. Yeah, hopefully the quest will work this time, and we'll see if the Bargainer statue that we unlock with that gives me another piece of the Darkling suit. Any new ways to exit Great Plateau? Yeah, the one that we just showed off. You can open a gate that you can cross using a horse. You don't just need to drop off using the glider like you did in the first game. In fact, it's much easier to exit Great Plateau. As you can see, since I don't have the paraglider, and obviously that's not going to lock you out from leaving the way it did in the first game. Yeah, because I believe that in Breath of the Wild, even if you do figure out a way to get off the plateau early, it doesn't let you. It does, in fact, force you to have the paraglider before you depart. We'll do these shrines later. I want to currently take care of the quest because I mean, everything is on my way. Yeah, maybe we could do it. No, we need to focus here. Although I am on 46 right now, I think. If you get up to 48, then in terms of shrines, then I would get the next upgrade pretty quickly. And then if we come back through the depths, we'd be respawning at the bridge, right? Which is not far from here. It's the Hylia bridge down here. Yeah, okay, it's not too bad. I just don't want to run into too many spawning issues. And like, maybe we'll do the shrines first. They're right there. And these are very early game shrines given their placement. Early game for most players, I guess, who bother to reverse the center of the map like they're heavily encouraged to do. So I assume these will be quick. And we use them to just heal up half a heart or something. Yeah, because most of the central cluster is just densely placed, I think, to get the player powered up nice and early. Which we didn't do. And also act as a tutorial for a lot of the assembly mechanics. So I'm not expecting that this will be particularly advanced, but we'll see. It's a fixed device. And yeah, we just ride the panel. This is actually a tutorial on how to use the stakes, by the looks of it. So it shows you right away what the build is going to look like, and then we just tug the whole thing out. Put it anywhere we like. Run to the left, probably a treasure to the right. Let me take a look. Treasure chest to the right, yeah. And it can't drop in from above, so we'll need to activate some kind of switch. This does what? Give me a target. Oh, I see. Then you just need to reposition things using the stakes to deflect it. Look at that flat screen TV over here. Oh, that's chained though, so... Yeah, you would need to launch it up to that point by sending it to the right and then swatting it really quite hard. Maybe fixing it in place. Yeah, it does have a slight tilt here, as you can see, so we used the stakes to stop it somehow. This, what does this do, if anything? Nothing, it just acts as a stopper. So yeah, basically we just need to slap it and reflect it and send it up. Pretty sure that's what's going on. And what else can we interact with here? Yeah, this is currently active. It'll probably remain active. We don't know how to open up the right side door yet, but looks like we'll likely have to turn another panel, perhaps. Maybe by hitting another switch that we haven't seen yet. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is an attachment point. It just shows you that it's likely to be a place where more stakes will go. What we do then is come down here and almost fall down into the abyss. So that's just what we do. And yet, ball can respawn up here and it'll fall immediately down. It is going to be using this to slap something though, it absolutely will be. Also, you can kind of move this up and then release it afterwards, like that. Slap the ball. Ball goes here, and then we deflect it. So let's trap the ball first of all. In fact, do it like this. Got more stakes over there. Lots more. Just some inanimate carbon rods. These are just going to be rods, though. I don't think they too much else for us. The question is, how do we slap the other one? We have to turn this panel. I'm not sure yet how that's going to be done. Possibly we do the first interaction and then we have to do the second. Maybe a more complicated reflection. So anyway, I think what we do is we place the ball also, if you kind of affix it to a T, yeah, no, I think we need 3 stakes just, or 2 stakes just kind of put it in place and loosely so it can actually be slapped. Ball's gonna fall. That's okay. Basically, you raise it like this, and then it comes down. You know, slap. Then ideally, you know, for example, if we do this, then we just hit. Yeah, never mind. I wonder though. You go ball on a stake like this. Whether you could kind of tee it off. Or if this would just crash against the stake. Yeah, it just crashes, as I expected. What you can do is perhaps create a bit of a low-level obstruction here instead. Okay. Yeah, just create a bit of a trap that is nice and low. We'll see. I think we need to basically create some guide rails. So the ball actually rolls upwards. In which case, we actually need to do... can you tell me something that is the main part of the shrine? Please don't, actually. Thanks for asking, but I would not like any hints, if it's at all possible. Yeah, but thanks for asking. I do like figuring things out the hard way, so... it is what we do. But we'll see. As you slap this, kind of create a railing. Instead of having this come down, I mean, it comes down a slope initially. Then we just need to give it a nice big launch. And yeah, we situate, well, we don't want to attach, we want to just situate this. We still have the extra panel too, as well, that we can use at some point. But basically, we kind of roll this way and slap it, and I'm able to perhaps deflect, kind of like this. In fact, we'll deflect it. Like the ball's going to be sort of pulled down a slope by gravity as well, so we'll see how this goes. If it doesn't work, obviously we'll just make adjustments and try again. A little bit too much resistance on this thing initially. I actually wonder if we can exploit recall somehow to do this. In fact, if I created a rail such that this kind of came down, well, let's see. I feel like there's some recall potential if we just kind of situate this. Let's lodge it just a moment. Let's actually take this thing off. It needs to be pretty much at ground level if we want to use it as any brace. Yeah, because the thing is, if the ball is being prevented from moving down, then it also encounters some resistance when it does get slapped, which is why we be a little bit extra careful here. Because yeah, this will go right over, that's fine. And now this positioning will need to change. Because basically, you can go like this. It's going to remain in place. You kind of have a line for where this is going to go. James D, welcome. So we slap it, we totally miss. This is nowhere near where we need it. Okay, let's freeze this thing first of all. Yeah, we might even need to use a peg to affix the panel and then release it. That's not going to give me nearly enough force. Not nearly. I'm going to have it strike like right about here. Nope. Let's move this a little bit. It's on a bit of a diagonal. Yeah, because the ball can't really press past the panel there, but the problem is that it's once again going to encounter some resistance when it does get slapped. Seems to be a bad idea. Yeah. It's got to be pretty straight. Think of it to follow. Let's move it here for just a moment. There probably is a much more intuitive way to do this, but we're going to try it this way anyway. I mean, the other thing you can do, too, is just, you know, put some pegs up there and then just drop the ball and slope it down. Now, depending on the distance here, because if you just need it to hit the target, it doesn't necessarily need force, right? So, for example, let's just ignore the slap entirely. Just create a rail. And yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the follower alert. It's more relevant than usual now that we're actually playing a Zelda game. Okay, that's a bit distant for what we need. Does it ever actually move in? No, it doesn't. Okay. Alright, so we actually dropped the whole thing. Let's see if it respawns. It should. Well, let's see here, because actually we do like a double stake. Or we do this. We can attach. Then we're going to detach this. Ball's going to come down, I don't really care. Oh, is this affixed? Okay, so you can't actually wiggle this away. This comes as pre-built as the entry platform. That's too bad. I was hoping I could manipulate it. Because then I guess we're down by a peg. Because the idea here is that if we can reach, we may as well just drop the ball manually instead of launching it. Like the way we would do it is we'd have it like this. Create a bit of a ramp. 45-degree. Actually, having the additional stake here gives me a bit more reach, so that, in fact, might help. This might be a little wide for the ball. Let's take a look here. Just gonna test this remote. Yeah, it's gonna fall through the rail. So we'll narrow this just a little bit. Let's dock this remote. so we're not dealing with it. The idea is that let's detach for a moment. We put it kind of in the center like this. Only has 3 attachment points. It's not great. I was hoping it'd be a bit more flexible. Yeah, okay, it only does middle and side. That's too bad. But it's salvageable. Let's... oops. Let's see if this works. Basically, I generally try to find alternate solutions for things that heavily imply some kind of timing element, which I don't want to deal with. This is totally off center. Off angle, rather. Gotta line this up. Come on. Yeah, that just seems a little bit off. Let's try to fix this angle again. It's gonna cause problems if I don't. And you have to go? Yeah, no worries. Thanks for following. Hope you've been having a good time with this game as well. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to stick this whole thing, once I've lined it up, over there. We're just going to drop the ball on top, if we can. Can I reach? Oh, I can totally reach. Problem is, can I drop the ball through where we have that stake sticking out? I'm holding on to the panel right now, not to the stake, so perhaps if I just turn this around. I don't know about that. Basically, if we like this, I think I actually want to reverse this. Hang on. By reverse, I mean I'm going to drop on the stakes and the rods, not on the panel. Might be slightly easier. I do need a little more height there, though. It's concerning me a bit. It totally sticks if we do it the other way, though. This thing is totally protruding. I feel like it's going to get in the way of the ball drop, so... maybe. No, we can always kind of wiggle the ball around it. Let's try it. Since we insist on doing things the offbeat way. That in? Can't tell. With no depth perception whatsoever. Yeah, it's in. It's a little low. Oh. In fact, we could fish it out and move it up. So that would be better. Yeah, it doesn't quite work, perhaps. Oh, we could totally have used this additional stake as well, but I'm just going to do a distance test here because this is obviously too low, but let's see. You know what? You don't even need to hit the center of the target, you can just hit that. That's easy. And now that changes over, and now you can do something similar. Let's see when I can grab this. I would like to grab this. I need to walk on another platform to do it. So we don't need to slap a thing, we can just touch this. Roll it on another stake and go. Okay then, let's put this down for a moment. Or rather, we can even create a platform, which will then allow me to grab everything else. Oop. Or we just reset it this way. Okay. I don't know if this will reset anything. When it comes to pieces, nope, not really. But we just stand over this. You see this annoying little pit right here. That's okay, we got it. All we needed to do was move it. And then same idea here. Don't need to interact with a moving piece at all, which basically, if I ever need to aim anything, I try to look for aim anything or time anything, I start looking for alternate solutions. Just so we don't have to deal with it. And we roll it over. That'll hit. Easy. Don't know what it's supposed to look like if you're trying to do it with a slap, but no way are we doing it with a slap. Unless it was just meant to be a panel that allows you to maybe, you know, connect a series of platforms or something. Connect a rail. I like the way we did it. Well, stamina is always good. You can tell it's an introductory shrine because the rewards don't really give you much, but here we go. That's one down. Way overdue for cashing in some of these upgrades, but it's okay. Also, treasure chest here. Kind of tucked into a corner like this. Probably just as a little bonus for anybody who wants to review their knowledge of the stakes. You can just create a platform here. Yeah, just a little bonus for people who want some extra credit. How did I get up? Through one of the ascension points. Really easy to find, actually. I found it 2 days ago when I was first exploring the depths. We just put off doing it. Also, James D, I have confirmed, incidentally, that the 3 of the 4 objects that we were missing, they did in fact respawn back in the overworld. We checked them back in. We're actually just about to go back down to the depths to see if it works this time. I still find it a little weird. I think maybe we tripped something that wasn't supposed to happen, but yeah, they did respawn, so I do have to go down to the depths to see if I can make the interaction succeed this time, but we definitely broke things in a way that reset something. Okay, easy shrine over there. Let's just take it. Let's get oriented again. North is this way. So yeah, as soon as I do one more shrine, the plan is to go back down and take care of that. Why have I marked the shrine as being over here? Oh, I probably just mistargeted something. Because that's not a shrine. Yeah. There's any vestigial markers. We'll do this one. We'll go over. Yeah, so I'm not going to look anything up until I'm finished with the game, but I do wonder what happened there and why the reset was triggered. How reproducible that situation is. It might even have been something, like I don't remember if I did all that before the most recent patch and whether it might have been something like fixed or... I mean, I don't know if it's something that was buggy, but it did feel like I bugged something out. And the game just tried to handle it gracefully. And again, we have to go down to the depths and find out if we have access to any of that. I'm just doing this one to fill in a multiple of 4, so next time we get up to a goddess, we can just hop in 3 upgrades immediately. Spinning device, well, these are definitely spinning devices. Look before you cross, I guess. Yep. It basically just gives you a prototype of what to build. Again, it's Central Hyrule, this is all tutorial. We can just drag a car, we don't even need to build one. Oops. Okay, let's be in front of it, so I can just ride it immediately. You did this shrine? Yeah. Seems like it's a very early game material, so... As for bonus chest, here's the thing. Well, that's this section, there's gonna be another one. So we just turn this. We should probably deactivate this. Or park it for a moment so we don't lose it. It's fine, we just need to recall that. Okay. Then we use the wheels on the rail. Yeah, we can do that. Dock the wheel on top and just have it go. Then where's the bonus chest, if there is one? Yes, there very often is. No. Oops. Hang on. Cancel this. I overlooked a chest? Oh, whoops. Well, I mean, we can always recall the other side again. Do we want to take a look? Looks like that's been unavailable for a while now, though. So I guess not, unless we can turn that from afar. Turn from afar? Yeah, we can totally do it. We're at it. There we go. Overlooked the chest, did I? don't know where I could have missed it. That's okay, we'll just drive another car over here. Once we scout this out a bit. Might have been on the side somewhere here. Oh, okay, chest. Hang on. Yeah, no wonder that was easily missable. Okay, that's actually useful, so glad we have it. Whoop. Running myself over with a car, not my proudest moment. You know what, we can use a currently active wheel. Latch it on and oh, we should have done a recall on that instead of trying to race it. Oh, it's got deactivated now anyway, that's too bad. Can we have this back? Yes, we can if we recall. Things we do to save durability. And it's Shrine 48. And let's head back down. So, I'm not meaning to stay in the depths very long. Since we're just going back to locations we previously mapped, I really do just want to make sure the quest is going to function. Which means... Where's my horse here? The harness. We're gonna go... yeah. Over this way. See if we can find the entry point I marked. Over in Mount Daphnes. Just before we cross water. Somewhere around about. Yeah, let's go around. I actually don't remember how high up it is. Okay, no, it's just where we're going. Pretty much. There's a standard boss book over there. Oddly enough, I don't think we really fought a standard one very much. We started right on blue. Perhaps. Yeah, I'm going to try to do the other objects in the depths. That is the main thing we're doing. Because I would like to confirm that I can get it done without encountering any further issues. Anyway, this is the location where I first dropped into the depths. And because we know it's safe, we're going to do it again. And I found another wall like it as well in a different location that gets me into a different sector of the depths, but we just marked that for now and we'll do it much later. We should hit water. Unless I hit the wall first. Okay, I hit the wall first. Last time we hit water. That was unfortunate. Okay, so I guess we do need to aim properly. We did that fine just last time. I guess we just need to drop in without a fall, so we don't fall forward. Yeah, if that had happened, you know, instead of falling safely to the depths the first time I tried it, things might have gone quite differently if I'd just mentally written it off as something I couldn't do without the glider. But because we did, in fact, fall accurately on my first try, that of course just transformed the entire adventure. Because it's very easy to fail something like that and think, oh, I guess we can't do it. But no, we're going to do it. No, because I know for a fact I can go down that way. Which is an important piece of information that we did not have last time. When I was just wondering, yeah, that was just going to send me into a particularly gloomy wall. I mean, I didn't think that was going to be a depths entrance at all, you see. Because it wasn't like any of the chasms. So, it never really occurred to me. But, yeah, if we drop in gently, we should be able to do it. We kind of do the climb down, and then we drop. Yeah, because we did the climb down like that. And if you do a straight drop, that should be accurate and on target. You don't just smack your face into the gloomy wall and reduce your total cap to 0. Which is interesting, because if you reduce your total cap to 0, I guess, you know, even fairies don't save you, which is, I guess, how the Great Fairy method might potentially be prevented in some of the other drops if the locations are perhaps more curved. Anyway, here we are. Let's hit a vehicle assembly point so we can just get going quickly. I think there were horses kind of around here somewhere as well, but we don't want to rely on that. Also, let's put on a glow suit. Almost forgot about that. Let's sort this stuff too, so we can get this set together. There we go. Then, vehicle point should be right here. Why is this place so dark again? Oh, probably just because it seems that way when we've been playing in the light again. For a little bit. No control sticks as usual. I would of course really like to find a horse. Because that's what we had previously, but as long as we get roughly to where we need to go, we're okay. Or we can just run it. Let's auto build. I'm cheap, and we're also full on schematics otherwise. Now, hovercraft's not a bad idea. But I don't know how sleddable this location really is, so... The beam cycle's not a bad idea. 18, though. Yeah, I can't really do that. Looks really neat, though, since we unlocked it anyway. It gives you those extra beams on the side as well. I wonder... Oh, I see, because they work as the attachment points. That's how you can build a motorcycle. I should have thought about that, because we were trying to build motorcycles previously, and using just the wooden beams to brace it is something I should have thought of. Because we kept trying to build planks and all that, and that clearly doesn't work. It's 18. We don't have any of the parts. We have 2 of the parts. Which uses a 12. You know what? Let's just do it. We picked up this thing for a reason. Paper Eater, you're back. Yeah, clearly we finished a shrine. We actually finished 2 shrines since you came here. It's 12. Let's try this thing out. This is too neat not to use. Particularly as we do want to get around quickly to get back into that northern location, so. Yeah, the wheels are worth 3 apiece, it seems. We have a control stick built in here. Let's just ride and see what happens. Look at that. Even has a natural flashlight, which also works as a weapon that depletes way too much battery. I marked just a skull here. I don't remember which boss that was. Basically, if we continue driving, we could even take this into a fight at some point. Let's not activate him, although it might be fun to fight him this way. I'm out of battery, unfortunately. I mean, it might be fun to fight him this way, but I'm also eager to complete the quest. Okay, we'll stay at a high elevation. Yeah, the beam is actually a bit much, but we don't have any ability to customize this, since it is a template build from a schema stone. I guess we could just, you know, use some charges or whatever, but yeah, Paper Eater, we did it entirely without the slap from the panel. I just rolled the ball into the target, and then I rolled the ball into the other target, and that was it. Yeah, due to the beam, this is much too costly energy-wise, which is too bad. It's a neat machine, but only for short bursts. If we can find a horse, we'll switch to the horse, probably. Once I figure out how to get back to the Great Sky Island and part of the Crystal Refinery, and then we, from that point on, perhaps extend the battery life, then this might be much more usable. On a single battery bank that we have as the default, it's going to burn through it much too quickly. I wonder if we could use it for mining, though. If the beams are good for mining. There's a Frox. Again, I mean, that's a fun fight, but we'll try to just make sure the quest works first before we run around and do much. We might as well go to PO locations and harvest them between breaks. It seems to be the most efficient way to play this. We'll continue. And we didn't even get to hit that. Okay. And I guess we had to slap this unless Rishi would like to do it first. You do the honors. Give it a slap. Come on, give it a slap. Good. That's alright. Ready some of my Zonite back. Let's get some puff shrooms. Yeah, we might as well smack this thing. Okay, almost there. We have perhaps a much better vehicle assembly point here, depending on whether there's a control stick. There's no control stick. Control sticks seem especially valuable. I just blueprint a control stick plus battery or something. And, you know, maybe that's always useful. That would be expensive because batteries, I think, take up 9 zonite or something. That's not cheap. Understandably not cheap because they're balanced in such a way that they don't want you to just construct them out of thin air all the time. Anyway, we have to see now whether the object drop succeeded. I don't know if it did. That's the location where it should have dropped. I don't know if it succeeded. If it didn't, then I guess maybe you're supposed to parachute and follow things down every time, which would be very, very unfortunate. Yeah, it's possible that the drop just didn't go because, I mean, let's say an object just kind of bounced. But that doesn't explain why one of them succeeded then. Why one of the items made it down here and the other ones didn't. This is clearly where it's supposed to go. Straight down the shaft. That is deeply annoying that there does seem to be a spawning range such that you're supposed to maybe jump down after the objects without leaving the plateau for too long. Unless perhaps the issue is that we entered shrines in the interim and despawned them. I think we might actually have to go all the way back up to the plateau to check, but again, that doesn't explain why this one in the East Chasm worked out. Unless, in my playthrough, I just never entered a shrine between that and falling down a well. I don't think that was the case. That would have been very surprising because we unlocked this whole sequence in the Great Plateau quite early. In fact, I think we did it long before we did anything in the Gerudo region. It doesn't make sense to me that you would have 3 objects just completely despawn, while one of them just worked. It's clearly supposed to be here. Anyway, we have a control stick at least, so we can try something else, but yeah, this quest, maybe it does imply that I'm supposed to jump down after every object directly, which with a ferry would be survivable. So maybe we just need to stock up on great ferries and then just take a dive into the depths. Like maybe that's just how we have to do it. Deeply annoying if so. I don't know if we want to bother checking the other locations in it, but that's going to be how it works. Because yeah, we despawned it again. Well, best not to waste time with this. Let's see. We can check the South Chasm if I can just grab a horse or something and make it over, but okay, beam cycle. It's a little too expensive. Let's build the car. Although the double beams do kind of give me an idea, which is we use the stakes. build a cycle that way. Then we would need a platform to ride on, though. You know, this might be doable. Might be a bit heavy, but... and totally imbalanced, too, while we're at it. Let's say that we took a long plank. How many of those do we have? Just one, really? Yeah, we don't even have the right number of planks then. I was hoping to kind of imitate the cycle build we have with the beam. So that kind of shows you how to build a motorcycle, right? So we do this. We do this. Or rather, yeah, we do need to stand this up like that, because then it locks it in the direction. How does the beam cycle get around the problem of attaching the other side, though? Oh, probably because one of them is attached to one side, one of them is attached to the other. And that would be what gives you stability. If you did that, let me click things together this way. Yeah, you would need some kind of additional attachment point up top. I should actually take a look at how the beam cycle is assembled. Just to see if we can emulate it. We don't really have enough panels to work with. Yes we do. It's going to be a little bit heavy, but it might actually work. Since we have a stake here, I feel like using stakes might not be a good idea for it. So we have this. Let's kind of assemble one half like that. And assemble the other half. These all differently sized, that would be annoying. No. Flip this for a moment, because if I am correct about this, oh, let's take it off the stake. What we actually do is make sure I have the facing direction right here. I'm gonna attach this to the bottom. Yeah. The idea would be like this. Hang on. I saw some more room. Let's see if I can stand this up properly without knocking it over. Hi. Hit. I'm gonna try flipping it, but have it in the correct orientation. Moving forward, going in this direction. Okay. There we go, that's a lot better. Now, what's going to happen? I'm just going to flip these together by attaching them to the central platform up top. Kind of gives you appropriately the distance that you want. If you do this, for instance, that's not going to be well aligned at all. Let's move it over here. Hang on. Position. Do it like this almost? No, not quite. This doesn't quite give me enough flexibility. In only having 3 attachment points like this, maybe we rotate like that. That's a lot better in some ways. And then the idea is that you go like this. And try to attach the top platform. Look at that, it's practically aligned. It's gonna be really kind of heavy, but when you place it like this, it's so imbalanced. Not exactly Harley Davidson here, but you know, we'll try to shake this properly so we don't detach the wrong thing. Yeah, okay, let's just change the center alignment on this, but I think it actually will work. We kind of prop this up slightly. All this effort, and I don't even have a prototype slot available to make this after the fact. It's easier to just build a 4-wheel and go, I know, but I want to see if this works. I feel like I want to see if this works. It's going to be one of the mantras of playing this game. Let's front load it slightly. Move it like this. Now we make sure it aligns properly. There we go. That's more symmetrical. Feels like the platforms, are they kind of suspended off the ground? They sort of are. I don't know if this will actually work. I feel like it's gonna be a little troublesome in certain terrain, but you know, we'll try it. And then we'll even put a little light on top. Whoops. Let's climb it. A little high riding motorcycle here. I really should clear a blueprint slot for this if we actually get it to work. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. By beautiful, I mean it doesn't really stand up very well. A bit cumbersome. Probably shouldn't be using these full panels. Use a beam instead or something less heavy, but momentarily seemed to work. It just doesn't handle terrain very well. Okay, curiosity satisfied. Let's do something else. So we have this diamond configuration going. Let's just attach 4 corners or something. We can do this a little bit better. Where's this? No. What? Is that away? Like we spend a lot of time just trying to set up silly things like this without really being too concerned about playing the game. Right. Oh, come on. That's out of the way. We should actually just flip this. Much better. Still off-center. I don't know if we can ever get it properly centered, in fact. In terms of the attach point, or if it's just going to clip to that location. I want it at least on the higher position. Yeah, there we go. It's a lot better. Let me just drop this. Create a three-wheeler or something. That works. Let's stand here. Wheels totally don't line up, but what we'll do then is grab another one. Probably want a front wheel. Oh, except, yeah, no, this doesn't work because the attachment point. Yeah, that's right. Fine, we'll build something that looks more like a car. Really insist. Actually, just reasonably well balanced. It's going to run into all kinds of trouble, but... But it really needs a stabilizer. Stabilizer would solve this completely. Look at that. Just pitch back and forth. Okay. Anyway, let's not mess around so much. Let's actually get back to playing the game. And dealing with this despawn issue that has made this trip to the depths a bit of a waste. Yeah, it's not intuitive to me at all that that whole interaction will reset as aggressively as it has done for us. Anyway, just a little more balance. No, we should still actually build a car. I don't know how a three-wheeler would look actually. It's functional. A little wobbly. That's why real cars aren't built that way. Anyway. We need to head back to the exit point anyway, but in doing so, we should be able to pass the south location to check that as well, just to see if we have any luck. I feel like we did probably despawn all three, though. Just given how this point already failed. I don't know what it was that affected this, whether it was my entering the shrine, or taking game overs, or anything else. But we'll go around. Try not to get into too many fights here. We'll just pick up the post that we can along the way. I mean, the quest encourages you to chuck 3 objects down at a time, so maybe you do need to remain within range of the plateau zone, in which case we need to grab a Great Fairy and Make it tumble, but well, we know the North Plateau here is a safe falling location, so perhaps we can do that. And then, yeah, because it's too bad we have to do the whole plateau sequence again then, potentially. And it took up a pretty significant amount of time at the beginning of this session. Sure, we'll slap you. Nothing. Anyway, we'll continue to have a drive. Yeah, the odd thing is that the skeletal horses really do outperform the custom vehicles here as a preferred mode of transportation. But I guess that just is what gets people engaged in mechanic. Anyway, let's head towards the next location just to inspect it and see if it's in a similar situation, which I believe it probably will be. Oh, you gotta go around. Try not to pick the fight. Better if we drive it, actually. Anyway, I think these wheels are powerful. Whoa, that was unfortunate. Yeah, the way that this quest works is not intuitive to me at all. Also, that area is not lit, really. Did I take the fall? Nope, I said. That's happened a lot. We never really rely on getting to climb down prompt. That's one of the issues with that. How many pieces? Only one, because it didn't spawn again in the first location we checked, so I'm checking a second location now. This one down here to do. I'm trying to check the second location, but if it's not there, then I'll assume that I just have to redo it, and perhaps I do need to drop while I'm still on the plateau. Instead of leaving the zone and then coming back into the depths. It's not intuitive to me at all. Particularly because I still don't understand why the first one functioned. If none of these other ones do. But okay. Let's find a better location here. Better part of a slope to go down. Yeah, so still not working. And this trip down to the depths may be a bust. Okay. Be extra careful here. Gotta check my angle every now and then, so we don't drop down too dramatically. Yeah, we actually still are a little far off. With a minecart, that would actually fix that. Let's just go down this way. Yeah, I'm thinking we will try to do the ferry drop down one of the chasms. It might be the best bet. Yeah. Okay, good. Even worse. Not out of trouble yet. And then now we basically follow the track. Yeah, we know where to go, it's just... Yeah, we'll see, because I did have to spend quite a bit of time getting all this set up again. So it's a fairly big progress reset of none of the pieces have spawned for me. And of course, there's some of the pieces have spawned that doesn't really clear up the issue because, you know, this makes it further confusing. Let's see what the rule is for whether they will drop successfully. Yeah, it should be... not quite here yet, no. Close by, it's on one of the lower locations because you're clearly meant to lift it up. This way. Oh. Fine, we'll fight. Oh yeah, right next to some bomb flowers here. We did check that upper location previously as a potential drop point. Wait, how am I so far off then? Been here so many times. Oh yes, no, because it's the upper platform that is where the actual drop location is present. So we actually fell far too low. We should have proceeded up top. That's okay. Yeah, no, because that's supposed to be the glider location. That's what it is. We can probably proceed to the west chasm from here, though, given that we're on the rail. Yeah, let's do that instead. We can check it. But I'm pretty sure that we probably just despawned everything. And have to reset yet again. Let's just get the minecart going and be done with it. Yeah, because it's by the minecart for the west one, and it's by the glider for the south one. Anyway. Did not save minecart. Oh, there it is. We don't have a fin? Oh, yeah, we do. No, we don't. There we go. Okay. Yeah, every bow is going to be expensive here. Let's just tap this. It'd be nice if we could do the climb. Yeah, there we go. And we'll check this location. But again, not counting on anything. It is down there. Okay, so this one landed successfully. Maybe the throwing angle matters. Maybe the one that was missing just never survived the throw down because of something to do with the throwing angle. Because this one is here. I'm glad we checked then. We should check this out one as well then. Because maybe I just never dropped it properly then. I am still on the intro battery, yeah. I haven't been back up to the Great Sky Plateau for the crystal refinery, right? And I haven't found another crystal refinery. Okay, so we found one. So maybe it's not that things are buggy, maybe we just never dropped successfully in the chasm in the first place. I don't know. But at least one of them made it down this time. But I just see no rhyme or reason for this, like I don't know what the system is. Makes very little sense to me. Anyway, let's pack it up in a minecart and go. This one has a battery, we'll take it. Oh, there we go. Let's crouch. That kind of messed with the camera, though. Anyway, let's DKC to it all the way back. Actually, it would be DKC 1. DKC 2 is where you have a roller coaster instead of a minecart, the carnival roller coaster. I think that's my primary association with minecarts and video games. Anyway, let's take this thing shut. You don't particularly care about the rock hammer durability. Let's escort this back. And we'll check the south one. For some reason the north one is still missing, but we'll just have to do it again until it works. Because this is not intuitive at all. We're actually right by the south chasm, but we're too far below it right now, so we'll... We should have actually maintained this cart in this attached form. But whatever, we'll fight these guys. Because we have a little bit of battery left on this, but... And a light in front of it, which is nice, but we'll knock this, we'll put it in again. Park it here. We don't want to park it on top of the battery because the battery will despawn. And anything attached to it will fall. But at least we got one down. And we'll have the glider after this to check the south position. But yeah, clearly the northern object just didn't make it down. But at least we only have to check that one, because it's these other chasm locations that were a bit annoying to get to on the plateau. But anyway, let's send it up the lift. After we've had a chance to collect. We'll take it up a lift. Probably just up that shaft. We'll get over here for a bit of collection first. And, so yeah, maybe the manner in which you drop it into the abyss does actually have an impact, but the thing is, you know, until I get down there I can't confirm whether the object made it down. We were even trying to do a nice straight drop with these too, by sending them down the shaft with the ultra hand grab rather than trying to throw them. Maybe we should just be throwing them. Get them to land properly. Yeah, but I don't know, because, you know, if they had a bit of a tumble on the way down, maybe they don't land in the target location, and then if they don't, then everything just fails on you here. Also, this lift is not going to get me high enough unless we take this, yank, there we go. Battery's going to expire. Now, how far off are we? There we are. Okay, let's go. Finally. So yeah, maybe we are supposed to just chuck them down by hand for the falling pattern to work properly, but we'll check the south location now that I know that it's okay to... Well, now that we know that we don't lose everything. Two eyes. Yep. You see, the quest log is absolutely convinced that I threw all 4 of the eyes into the chasms, but... I guess if you're even slightly off, then they just respawn up on a plateau instead. Yeah, more battery would make life easier. That's true of most things in life, though. Add more power. Okay. We need to take the glider over to the south position in order to get high enough. And by glider I mean the wing machine, obviously, not paraglider because we don't have one. We'll take it over to... Wait, that's the western position, or is it? This is the southern one. Light route goes here. We just need to turn the machine over. Go that way. And towards the shaft, but not too low. Gauging elevation is not my strength. Yeah, because it's down there, but it's kind of at a medium elevation, not all the way down to pit. So anyway, let's build. Do we even have this thing on auto build? Yeah, it should be the fan plane default, right? First scheme of stone that you get. We should have kept that control stick from earlier. Oh, also, when you come down to here, this guy restocks. Which might be a good thing because maybe we want to buy more crystals and charges for the eventual battery upgrade. In fact, since we're on 522, it makes sense to maybe buy 4 of these, although that'll really break my bank as far as the crystallized charges go, so... This gives you about 30 though, and after you get about 30, then you buy maybe 3, I don't know. I don't want to overspend when we... Might want to leave some flexibility in case we really blow through the battery supply later. Yeah, I want to just keep some currency on hand for the time being. Okay, we'll take this to the left if we can. Over to this side because it's across from the light route. Over here. That will be going. Oh, yeah, we're a little low. That's okay. Yeah, James D, I got one of them. So it seems like some of them did make it down. And we're checking the last one now. One of them definitely didn't make it down, one of them definitely did, and we're checking the third. Okay, here's the encampment that we totally just dropped off around earlier when we should have maintained elevation and headed over to this next location without getting into too big a fight. Whoop, oh, bad idea. Bad idea. Cling. Didn't play. Need a way to reset the position of the stones when we exit the sector they are in system memory and get a blood moon. I don't know if they follow the rules of most objects in the game though. I don't know what affects them. I think it actually is something positional that detects whether they fall successfully within the target zone. And that if they don't fall in the target zone, maybe the game just despawns them from... Well, I mean, I don't know, because I don't know why it's bugging out or not succeeding. Because certainly the quest registered it as a successful throw many moons ago. And the thing is, I know for sure that the one that succeeded previously did not reset with Blood Moon. Because there was a long gap of time, like a couple of days, between when I first activated that quest and when we eventually got to the depths. Because I was on a plateau, and then we had a couple of days in the desert, and then we entered the depths. And one object definitely succeeded in landing. And we managed to recover it. That was definitely over several blood moons and many, many hours of play, and indeed the game being patched. So the state was definitely preserved, but I think perhaps the state only preserves if the object throw is detected as landing within a certain valid sector. So it's odd to me that the quest checks out as soon as you check objects. Yeah, we have it here, you see? We have it. Like, the quest totally checks out. Because maybe it does totally follow the trajectory of the object, and it has to land within the zone. And so if it deflected or bounced around or something, with the other one, then it despawns completely. Because it detects it as having, you know, been accidentally destroyed or something. Anyway, we need to somehow get this back, probably by glider. It is by glider. We'll have a control stick this time too. And batteries and rockets. Yeah. So let's take everything, we'll put some batteries on it, and a control stick and the rockets. Should be good. This is the third one. So we're missing one, and we'll have to redo it. We have to redo one. No, I have 2 to go right now, but we found this one, so we have 1 to go. Yeah. So only one of them did not make it down successfully, and I don't know why. Yeah, we can do better than that. Come on. We'll add both batteries to it, obviously, because rockets burn off quite a bit. With my rocket positioning, if it's asymmetrical, things could get pretty hairy, so... It's close. They're facing the same way anyway. Okay, definitely need batteries, so we'll do that. Batteries can unbalance the machine once they're consumed, so we'll just stack them. And hopefully it doesn't consume the inner one first or something. No, we'll stack one and we'll stack the other one in front of it. And we'll have a control stick as well. Okay. And let's not forget to actually take the eye. We don't want to fly this thing without taking the precious cargo. But yeah, we should be able to fly back just fine. It's a rocket boost. Put the eye up front, perhaps, just to have a hood ornament. It's a very nice looking hood ornament, in fact. Precisely how to use this thing. You see? Beautiful. Stylish. That's what matters. And then we put on a wing track. We have the initial launching point. And maybe we can move it a little further. Yeah. Wing track will keep its positioning under control. Now, as far as where we're aiming, it should take me straight back. Without too much trouble. I guess the central mine is technically that away. So we'll aim for that. We'll see what rocket boost does in terms of elevation. And yeah, burns out most of the first battery, but we got it from there. I mean, I can check the first location again after this. Take it to the upper level. It's even better, in fact. Oh. Might be easier to go down from here. Might be. Assuming we know where we are. Yeah, wing track down below in that level. Yeah, sure, we'll just drop this. and not take too much fall damage. How much health do I have? 4 hearts plus gloom. We might actually have to be careful here. The wall. Oh, that was dangerous. And where is that entrance? It's down below, right? 1 level? Okay, so maybe we overshot. Yeah, it's down 1 level. That's fine, we'll just take it. And luckily, if we need to redo the plateau, we only need to redo one, and it's actually the most accessible one. It's the one that's easiest to redo, that we would have to go back to. Because it's right near the plateau entrance. Without much traversal required. Get back there, so let's look in the eye. At long last. Oh, this way. We could check the north location once more because we're close to it, but I'm pretty sure that it wasn't successful. But we can just walk there and find out. Then grab another vehicle to exit back through the ascension point. And if we're doing that, perhaps we should buy some charges. So we can roll for parts or something. Because it'll be more cost efficient to roll for parts rather than building them inflexibly with the auto build every time. Because auto build, a lot of parts will cost 3 or 9 or something like that, and doing the random roll gets you quite a bit more, because plugging in 5 zone 8 charges usually gets you like 10 pieces or something. Where are we going? Yeah. We should have just done ascend here. Oh well. Yeah, so we'll just clean out some of this stuff. It's just 15 anyway, so. And yeah, so you can buy up to 30, I think, but then I have to spend everything to get up to 600. Buying, 3 more here. I'll spend 9. Yeah, I'd rather not spend down all of my large chunks right now. I think we'll just leave that. Gumball machine is more cost effective. Yeah, that's the problem, is that we do need to not depend on that too much, because the issue is that with the gumball machine, I haven't been back to this one yet. And it's the only one that gives me flame emitters, which we need for balloons. And so I think very often we'll be using auto build to complete balloons. Also because there's no way to get a balloon basket otherwise, except maybe at Tarrytown. So, because it seems like balloons will be one of the main things that will be auto-building, likely. And particularly as I try to get back up to the sky. Anyway, let's go back to the northern point here, just to verify that we did in fact lose the object. I'm pretty sure we did. Because in all other cases, the hose directly beneath the chasm did accurately mark the location I needed, so I assume that this one is lost. We'll go back to check. It's right at the light route. over there. And so, perhaps it's just that the object throw had a bad bounce. We'll find out. Do balloons have enough flight time to get you out of the depths? I'm not sure, because we have had issues before with trying to reach the sky and having balloons expire from durability. I don't have a good sense of the height of the depths, although one way to check, in fact, is that you do have a y-axis position on the coordinates in this game. So perhaps if you know what distance you're covering with the y-axis, which you can test using a balloon flight that you just pump to maximum, then maybe that would give you a sense. In fact, we should probably test that at some point and take notes on the map and figure out what the maximal elevation is. So anyway, so yeah, this is supposed to be the drop point right here. Not right here, right over there, I think, or somewhere here, because where is it? No, wrong way. It was somewhere around here. It's right by the light route and the assembly point anyway, and it's prominently marked. And also highly visible once you do, in fact, see the chasm, which... Oh yeah, let's recover some gloom as well while we're here, just to minimize trouble. Yeah, it was on that side next to the assembly point, like around this way. You saw it? I don't see it. I scanned it, everything. Unless you're mistaken, you saw the eye. Maybe it did just have a bad bounce. So this is the vehicle assembly point over here. This is where I expected the eye to go, look down the chasm. See, because that's the drop point. If it's like anything else... this was also where I looted a bunch of Poes right by the lights. I walked right by it. Let's go around. So I went around a perimeter, right, of the light route. Let's see if we can pick anything up. Why would it bounce this far? Let me just do a whole walk around, just to see and retrace my steps. I think I walked right by it. Let's go inside a light route as well. Nope, don't see it. Don't see it. There's the vehicle assembly point, but there's a light route here. I don't know what you saw, but I didn't catch it. It was on a ground in the middle of the grass close to the root, really. Nope, I don't see it. There's nothing to interact with here. Not that grass. I mean on the outside. Let's run this a little bit. I absolutely don't see it. And regardless, if it works like the other ones, it should have landed directly under the drop point without too much variance. So I don't think so. I think I have to go back upstairs to check it again. I absolutely do not see it. Over here? Nope. This is just gloom. I don't know what she saw, but that does not appear to be it. Unless... So, have I actually checked the location you were talking about, or did I miss it completely again? Because it's not here, so... And judging by the precedent of our experience last time with having the 3 objects disappear, I'm pretty sure it despawned back up to the plateau. We need to go back for it, so... Let's get over here. Let's ascend. Let's go to the plateau and try again. This time... It was where I was originally. I've been everywhere here originally. I have no idea... where you mean by that. At this point, I think it'll honestly be faster to go up to the plateau, and that's not it. That's just a rock. Or, no, that's just gloom. I don't see it. No, we gotta go back up. And we've got to redo it. So... Possibly we'll even do it with a Great Fairy drop this time. I don't know how successful that'll be. Yeah, because the chasm's right there, right? Suppose we're formerly here. This should be the drop area. This zone right here should be visible from this location. Particularly now that I've seen how the other 3 were laid out in terms of what the possible range of that is. Oh, we don't have a steering stick anymore, do we? Yes, we do. Okay. Come on, get this thing out of the way. Yeah, we gotta go back. Yeah. Yeah, it's just not at all clear to me why it's failing, though. I think the object just had a bad bounce, and maybe there is something that's supposed to work reliably when I just chuck it in, as opposed to using the Ultra Hand and grab. But that's not clear to me at all. Okay. Let's do this. This is a whole lot of effort for this quest. But we'll see. Anyway, we're going to follow the outside. We're going to head over here. if we can. Elevation-wise, might need to get upstairs. I'm actually not sure. Best case scenario, we just find a horse. Well, that's why the best case scenario is to fight a horse. We can probably still lift it, but, you know, it was maybe not ideal. Let's get a horse. Or just walk it. Or assemble something else. I don't think the powered sled will do much in this terrain, but you never know. Yeah, we'll just walk it. Hope we encounter some steeds along the way, or another vehicle point. Not gonna fight that right now. Yeah, anyway, we'll just head straight on, and it'll work. It's not the most elegant way of doing this, but we got plenty of visibility nowadays between the glow suit and lighting everything up in the area, so although obviously if we pass by vehicle point, we'll take it. They're all pretty far off, actually. By the time you reach one, you might as well just walk. We can fight another frogs, maybe. I don't know. Let's do some mining. Nice deposit, actually. We should just bomb this. Make a lot more sense in this location. Where's my Riju? Where is she? Okay, come over here. We're here, we might as well. Oh, defeated. Okay. So it does mark that as defeated. Okay, so even though several of them are... Oh, we should have thrown a bomb. Even though several of them are just marked as Scourge of the Depths by location, they actually are differentiated by location. And it tells you which ones you have defeated and which ones you haven't. That's important information. This guy will kill it anyway. Motion controls are not as responsive as usual. Whoops. Missed. Okay. I'm spending a lot of bonflowers, but bonflowers are easy to come by down here, so don't even mind. Yeah, these guys are really simple. Just expensive to get through. Whoops. A little rough. Let's actually heal up. Do the sensible thing. Just to avoid issues. Oh, one more node. Hang on. Oh, oops. Do the old Dodongo. Then, oh, back there. There we go. Kill her before. Yeah, Gypsy, I didn't know that because we hadn't actually refought bosses in this game yet. I remember that I think it wasn't until post-game that it was demarcated like that in Breath of the Wild, at least. I mean, I know there was a marker for that in Breath of the Wild, but I think it actually didn't show up until post-game. For some reason. Or until you got Kilton or something. I don't remember. I know that it wasn't something that showed up right away. But no, the thing I was noting here was that down here in the depths, the mini-bosses either say Scourge of the Depths in the case of Rocks and Socks over here, or they say nothing at all. And in terms of location, so in terms of tracking, defeating each one of them, I wasn't exactly sure how that was going to happen. But it seems like it is tracked, and that is new information for me, in the depths anyway. Anyway, we spent way too many bombs on that, but like I said, bomb flowers are somewhat plentiful down here, and we know how to get them too from the bargainer statues. So, all it means is fewer bombs to use for Moldugas up top. Anyway, there's the ascension point. Yeah, there are definitely bomb trees down here as well, so fairly easy resource to replenish now that we know about that. Fine. Okay, these guys need to let me reach them. Yeah, sure, why not? Stone axe isn't really going to do it. Let's just poke. Incidentally, I hope the stream production is holding up. Not too much audio lag today or anything. I'm trying to keep an eye on it, but sometimes it is a little difficult to tell from my monitoring, so. These guys, we actually do need to use rocks against them or they just don't break. I'm not going to bother. We don't need them that desperately. I'm just going to head straight to the exit. As opposed to light away too, which is convenient. Just a pretty easy location in general. Anyway, back up to Lake Hylia, and then we will go back to the plateau to try it again. Okay, back up in service. Not ready to take on Flame Gleeok yet. We want more eyeballs and long-range bows for that. I don't yet know how its pattern is going to differ from Thunder Gleeok in late phases. We have defeated Thunder Gleeok, but the fire one might take something a little different. So, I bet the guy who's encouraging me to go to Lookout Landing is still hanging around here because that's what he does. Are we going to listen? No, of course not. Oh, he's actually not here. I've run into him a few times. Anyway, back to the Great Plateau. I guess we should probably get a horse first. Or a vehicle, but... See, the reason we fell down the well in the first place was that I was trying to get the outskirts stable. Yeah, horses over here. Because we know that there are ferries available there. Maybe we should do that anyway? Because the thing about outskirts stable is that if we have ferries, then potentially we could just try the ferry drop into the depths instead of running around so much. Paper Eater, I'm doing alright. Hope you've had a good time here yourself. Anyway, here's an assembly point. I don't know that we'll really get anything interesting out of this without a horse to pull it. We can, of course, just spend some zonite to build a vehicle, but, you know, who wants to do that? Kind of want to save that for special occasions. Anyway, Great Plateau is right over here. Yeah, let's check what's going on. Well, if it's on the way anyway, let's do the objects row and see what happens. And yeah, I guess we'll cycle through the map again, the way that we've done. It's already the stream. If there's a natural ascension point, we'll take it, but doing that. Obviously, one fast way up if you had a glider is just light things on fire, ride the updraft, and then cling and climb. Assuming it's not raining. If it is raining, then just take this route instead. And then run into trouble when you get over here. Okay. Well, I guess we have to climb anyway, so... It's too bad the slip resistance food is such a disappointment. We'll probably do that better. There's a particular rhythm to climbing in the rain that worked in the first game, but I think I did figure out with time. Yeah, we might try to slip resistance, but honestly it doesn't do much. Let's just find a different ascent point. Like right here. Oh, look at that. That's much more sensible. Much faster. Should have looked for that in the first place. So yeah, much easier to get on the plateau in this game. There's the chasm that we need. I bet the object has respawned. At least it was a quick jog back here to get this to work. And we'll have to do it again at the end because at the end of the quest, the whole point is to come back to the Temple of Time. Which we will want to do. You notice slip resistance only works when it climbs slowly. Interesting. Yeah, because it honestly didn't seem to do much for me. I don't know if it's pace or probability or what. But anyway, as expected, it's respawn. So maybe we shouldn't drop it with grab that this time. Maybe that's part of the issue here, and we're supposed to check it. You know what? Notice the curvature here. I think part of the problem is that we're checking it from this direction. We should check it the other way. Maybe that's one of the issues here, is that we need to follow the direction of travel. I don't know if it makes a difference, but it might. Because if we're chucking it in a direction that the chasm is not facing, or maybe the chasm looks the same either way. Yeah, maybe we need to toss it in from a specific location. Otherwise it... Oh! When on the surface, my eyes cannot be taken far from where they rest. Okay, okay. That's on the surface, though. So maybe... Yeah, the throw just wound up in an invalid location. And we didn't realize it. It looks so much like the natural thing to do is to chuck it here, though, right? And let it drop. So I was trying to do the drop using grab, but if the cavern is kind of going down that way, does it let me maybe take it across? Or is it just going to despawn it as well? I don't want to roll it, obviously, because I'll have issues again. Yeah, that's the thing, is that if it's in the depths, and perhaps this throw just landed in a bad position, or got stuck or something. Does this look like a better throw location? Maybe it does. It does. As you can see, the curvature doesn't seem to go quite so badly. I'm going to chuck it from here. Not using grab, but we'll just throw. Oh, it's totally going to hit the wall again. But let's check whether it respawns here while we're still out. Because maybe it will tell me. So it has not respawned up here, at least not right now. So maybe the throw location is valid. We'll have to go down and check. And we obviously can't go down this way, so... Yeah, we know it's not dependent on my position, because now we know that from the other one succeeding. Yeah, because possibly the throw previously just stuck the object in a bad position. Like I'm saying, the thing that really kind of threw me off about this whole fiasco is that the quest log seems to acknowledge that the objects were all dropped. Even if they get into an invalid position in the depths and respawn all the way up top. Anyway. It's up there. We talked to this guy before. Oh, we'll steal a horse. So, I mean, not steal. We'll calm a horse. I want to switch into Yuka gear or something for this. We're gonna GTA our way through this. 3 spurs, eh. Okay, then we will go up around this way, in fact. Past Coliseum, and we'll just follow the waterway. Yeah, because I guess if you fulfill the quest, then it progresses to the next stage, but then if after you do so, any of the eyes gets destroyed or reset, the quest itself can't revert, or at least it doesn't acknowledge that, because it doesn't know that, I suppose. But it is a little bit misleading to the player, I think, in a way that is a bit uncharacteristic. There's a well there. Did I ever check that? I don't think I checked that. This is how we get distracted. And... oh, this guy's training. Bet he's Yuga clan or something, given the blue. I mean, oh, this is also Blood Moon. Let's just let the Blood Moon run.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land.
Okay, let's skip that. Well, no big deal over here. Let's... I mean, we might have to fight him, but that's okay. We'll just repair ourselves first. We have some weapon slots available. We'll go this likely. Might want to eat up just to be safe. Drink up, rather. These nice cocktails we put together. Can I count with you? Yeah, of course. Yep. Obvious Yiga is obvious. Well, nice that we got a Sunderland off him. That's actually very valuable. Now, what else do we have down here? We do actually want to stock up on Bright Bloom Seeds now that I know how quickly I get through them in unexplored regions and depths, so let's actually take care to take them. Eightfold Blade, yeah, we'll take that. And I think that's probably it. We'll double it up, even though we've got better stuff to attach that to. And Superplex 25. Thank you for coming in with a Jackal squad. Glad to have you here. And I see you've also been playing Tears of the Kingdom. I hope that well for you. So yeah, welcome to the stream, everybody who's come in. I've noticed from my bio that I usually am a Mario Maker streamer, but that actually hasn't been true since Tears of the Kingdom came out, and since then we've been running this pretty much every day. We are playing this in a rather defiant manner. I don't know how your run is going over there as Superplex, but we are here with no map and no paraglider, and we've actually covered quite a bit of territory, so... but the rule that is actually relevant here is that I'm playing without fast travel, and everything else was just kind of an accidental result of that. Fine, we'll just poke you, whatever. Okay, he hits hard. Let's actually heal up for a change. It's kind of underestimating him. Let's drop something on him. Maybe not lightning, we're still too close to him. Let's go fire. There we go. Now we go lightning. And then we slap him. There we go. So yeah, the run's been going great. This is still my first playthrough. And I insisted on doing it without fast travel, which is why when we missed some things that are kind of critical, we just decided to roll with it. Now, thank you so much, Appleberry, for the follow as well. Okay. But yeah, I usually am not a daily streamer, but we made an exception for Tears of the Kingdom. I have been playing this very, very often. Mostly because I know just how big a time investment Breath of the Wild was years ago, and therefore just how much time I would be spending here as well, so. And yeah, the game seems pretty rad. That's the only spoiler you'll say. That's definitely agreed with my experience so far, so. Pretty happy with what we've been doing here. Anyway, let's see here. Okay, so hopefully this time the quest actually functions. So we're on our third attempt now on a quest that didn't really seem to work the way it was supposed to. And we'll see this time if it does any better. Let's give me the climb down input, if you please. There we go. And we'll just drop. Nice straight drop. We'll check the same location for the third time. And rating and running, yeah, no, I mean, I'm a fellow streamer, I know how it goes. Especially with my hours, we receive a lot of people who do have to rate and runs, and it's absolutely understandable. And thank you so much anyway for dropping by and bringing your audience. I will definitely take a look at your channel after I log off, so. Although I'm not watching other people play Zelda for obvious reasons at the moment, but we'll definitely come by and say hello sometime if we can. So, let's see here. Okay, back to where we were before. Let's build something. Although I know this assembly point was not actually that good for what we wanted. Yeah, we got wheels, we got fans, but no steering, and so not actually that great. We ran out of power really quickly on these, I think. But anyway, let's... Oh, right, because we were testing out the bike last time. This time we'll build something proper. Indignation, judgment. What is the quest within our hearts? Well... I'm... trying to think of something clever to say in response to that, and it's not coming, so... number 6, yes, we'll do it. So, before I do that, actually, I'll let you know a little something. So, a few streams ago, we found a side quest here in this game that involved standing in a certain place and surviving for 7 or 8 minutes, and of course, from a streaming perspective, that wasn't really that interesting. So we took that as an opportunity to do a bit of a Shakespeare break, unofficially. But indignation judgment request number 6, and so we will do it. Now let me just bring up the theatrical overlay, first of all. And also figure out which screen it goes well with in this game, because I designed it for Mario Maker. It doesn't really fit well with any of these menu screens, actually. Oh, actually, this one's not too bad. The shields. The bows. Let's do bows. Okay. Now, let me just take that up for a moment. And we'll Allow you to cash in your reward with Sonnet number 6, William Shakespeare. Then let not winter's ragged hand deface in thee thy summer, ere thou be distilled. Make sweet some vial, treasure thou some place, with beauty's treasure, ere it be self-killed. That use is not forbidden usury, which happies those that pay the willing loan. As for thyself to breed another thee, or 10 times happier, be it 10 for 1. 10 times thyself were happier than thou art, if 10 of thine 10 times refigured thee. And what could death do if thou shouldst depart, leaving thee living in posterity? Be not self-willed, for thou art much too fair to be death's conquest, and make worms thine heir. Okay, thank you very much. We haven't done that in quite some time. That's a stream reward, so. Well, hopefully my audio and everything are still working. Okay, let's continue. And what have we got this time? Let's grab... We should actually do the wings on wheels thing in case we need to glide over a chasm, but I think we're okay for now. It's not very power efficient, that's the thing. And also the wings expire, which breaks the whole construction, which is definitely not what we want. So let's grab some of these as well and just assemble them accordingly. Oops. Okay. This one's backwards. That could lead to comical situations. Is it just me, or do these devices look like tape dispensers? Yeah, they absolutely do. Which now makes me think that, you know, you could very well build a toy vehicle out of tape dispensers. You just need to remove some of the plastic around the edges a bit, I think, but... Okay, which way are we heading? We are facing... The thing is, I don't have my usual landmarks here to work with. And I also don't have a steering mechanism on this thing, so we actually do have to follow the cliffside a bit and not ram into too many things along the way. Anyway, do I have a cheap weapon? Yeah, we do. And we'll do this as before. Totally end up in the gloom and have to change directions. For too long. Okay, that didn't work out. I really do need a steering wheel on this thing. Steering stick. Oh, forgot to turn off the power. Nope, totally missed. Or did we? Okay, no, we got it. Just some forward momentum here. Now, let's go. Do I hear horses? No, I don't. I was hoping to hear horses. Oh, it's just this guy snoring. And then we'll take a right after that. The next light route. Or thereabouts. Okay. Smooth like cardboard, exactly. Maybe the real tape was the friends you made along the way. Yeah. They help you in sticky situations. Alright, let's go. What's not? Good thing I don't care about the stone axe very much. Because that's the problem, is that, you know, I am so low on inventory from not having upgraded anything yet with Koroks that we sometimes are totally loaded on fantastic combat weapons that then get totally wasted in situations where I need to use something. That's just a sign that, you know, we'll eventually look forward to some kind of master mode, perhaps, where weapon consumption is a much bigger deal. Okay. I actually don't miss the bombs. In fact, I think that's one of the changes I like the most. I mean, using the bombs was obviously a lot of fun in Breath of the Wild, but I think it too often became way too good an option. Whoa, didn't expect that to blow up. Did we run into an explosive barrel or something? I think we did. No, the problem is that it was one of those systems in Breath of the Wild that made other systems redundant or obsolete. And yeah, it's fun for the player, but it's also not particularly the most balanced design idea, right? In that, you know, there were things in the game that you just cease to engage with. Look at this. Just rolling its head until we crush it. We're not crushing it. Okay, fine. Okay, now we can crush it. Yeah, because I actually really love the bomb change in this game. Because you use a far wider variety of weapon systems when you can't just depend on bombing everything and chipping away at it that way. So I feel like I'm seeing more of the game this way and experiencing more of what the weapons have to offer. Such as having to choose between different mining options, right? Like, do I use a bomb? Do I use a weapon with a rock on it? Do I use a lightning power or something? You know, it's always a bit of a choice in terms of what I want to trade for materials, rather than just dropping bombs everywhere. So, and I kind of like economy-based decisions like that when I play, where I have to think about, okay, what is it that I want to be trading up? Are we facing the right way? Roughly. We're a little off target, but we'll go around the enemy base. That's okay, and we'll soon enough be able to see if we have finally managed to get this quest to operate correctly. Down here, let me see the drop point below that chasm. So, moment of truth. Let's see if it made it down. Yes. Yes, finally. Okay. We spent hours on this thing because we couldn't get it to fall properly. And now we have it, so clearly the implication is that we're going to drive it down. So we will. Finally got this. Took way too long. We spent so long running around trying to get it to work too, which was also the case for the skeleton assembly thing we were doing in the southwest corner of the desert. Whoops. But yeah, Breath of the Wild was obviously an incredible and revolutionary game, but you can tell that they were working a lot of those systems out for the first time, because the later you get in the game, the more you see some of those systems start to conflict with each other or make each other obsolete. Or, you know, you would have a lot of things like material drops of enemies that just sit around until you sell them for a pittance. You would have less and less of a reason to deal with enemy camps. There were all sorts of things that kind of drop out of relevance as you go. There's even the whole thing with getting the paraglider right away at the plateau. Sort of instantly overwrites a lot of the traversal skill set you develop in the tutorial of that game, right? Which is why it's very interesting that the glider is optional and missable here, as we have obviously discovered. Anyway, once again, we're going to use the eye as a hood ornament, because that's obviously should go. And we're going to drive over to the mine. And we will finally complete this thing. And then get back to doing some other activities on the surface for once. Where's the citral mine? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. Anyway, we have plenty of battery charge to make it all the way here. And once we have done so, we should actually take it to the lower level so we can dock it. Without making too much of a mess. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Almost there. Yeah, faster to carry it by Ultra Hand, even though it prevents you from dashing forward. Sort of recent, sort of interesting actually to think about how recent the whole running with stamina system is. It originated in Skyward Sword. Because before that, you just get Link to roll everywhere, or use Pegasus boots in 2D games. Anyway, we finally got this done. Let's see if he is a shop like the other bargainer statue that we found, and whether we get another piece of the Dark Link set, which I would like to see. In ancient times, my eyes were stolen and sealed away. Good fortune. Yeah, and we'll also unlock the ferry. Oh, okay. Yeah, we get to cash in 3 things. Do we want arts or stamina? So... oh, I guess... I don't know if this is even a trade or if we just get one for free. If we get one for free, I'm just going to go stamina. And I wonder if he operates as a shop point beyond that, so... because the sooner I fill in 3 wheels of stamina, the more flexibility we'll have. So... particularly because we get heart containers off of the main dungeons anyway, by the looks of it. Call from the Depths is finally here, and then I guess we probably get to pray for more. Make an offering. And yeah, it is going to be another opposed trade. Let's see if it gives me another Darkling part. and which also implies that there will be at least a third of these bargainer statues somewhere in the depths. The Tunic of the Depths, yes. So you... Oh, I think I have this already, though. We do have it. Oh, Tunic of the Depths is different. Gloom Resistance, that's nice. We will definitely take it. I mean, it's only the first tier of resistance, so who knows, but I like that. But I guess the rest of the Dark Link set will have to come from elsewhere. And particularly if the Gloom Resistance is also a set. So. Anyway, that'll be good. I think we're good on the other materials for now, although I kind of suspect that Dark Clumps will be used for upgrading the Tunic of the Depths at some point, so we'll see. If we need more of those when we encounter the fairies, then we'll come down and get more instead of trying to fight the hands all the time. We also now know that we should be returning to the Great Plateau statue on the surface, which I think will just operate in the standard way as a trade for the shrines. So we'll do that as well. At some point I actually should upgrade hearts as well, but we'll get there. Shrines are easy to come by at this point. We'll fill up the third circle in no time. Anyway, let's get out again. Shall we get out? Well, we can point the glider this way, perhaps, and try to do it by flight. That might be fun. Depending on how we crash. Okay. Then let's grab the blueprint. And yeah, we have some additional charges now, right? So now I feel a bit more comfortable spending. Yeah, that buys 30. Then we'll buy 2 of the small ones. Yeah, let's do it. Might as well stock up. Just 2 for now, and then we'll get above the 600 mark in case they are denominations of 100. And I think we're fine otherwise for now. They need to add theft to this game. It would make the charges so much easier to deal with. Yeah. You'd think with all the stealth gear that you can pick up, you could get some interaction like that, but apparently not. Anyway, let's find a way to launch this. We don't want to launch in this direction. We want to go that way, but we don't really have a track. I mean, we can always just fly off of this one and veer left. But I think that might be a bit inaccurate. No, we can try it, whatever. It'll cover distance. It'll also take me totally the wrong way. It's going to go this way. Yeah, the thing is, when you use the fans like this, it doesn't get you out of the initial position. Oh, we do have a control stick. Maybe we can just put some wheels on this, or we can just drive. We should just drive. Let's just drive. Restore this thing. Yeah, because without something like a sled, there isn't a good takeoff position that will get the vehicle to activate it. So let's just get back to a position where we can proceed. I guess we'll have to go around anyway. That's okay. I suppose that wouldn't help with the criminal charges. Yeah, wait until you get to the large criminal charges. The crystallized criminal charges. Wait. We actually do want to go that way. That's what happens when I don't have the minimap open. I didn't even see these grand pose previously. I guess that helps. To actually bother to loot them? Yeah, this is the right way. We'll be making this passage a lot. I should get used to it. Although, we've already found an entrance to a completely different part of the depths, which is where we'll be going at some point after I've gotten some other essential business done in the open world. Do you think the Poes are a reference to Edgar Allan Poe? Well, considering that Zelda is actually a reference to F. Scott Fitzgerald's wife, that's not unthinkable. But it's hard to say, particularly because they don't know what the original Japanese would be, and, you know, the Poes are one of those earlier Zelda elements that predate Nintendo actually having, like, a localization department properly. You know, they'd have one guy working on it, but the modern Nintendo treehouse didn't exist in that era to really think about these things. And so, I don't actually know much about the origin of a lot of the names of the early Zelda enemies and elements because of that. Let's have at least some food so we don't die instantly. To our lack of vision. Oh yeah, this is a dead end. Let's head over this way. And just follow the boundary if we can. Right over the rails. And no, we keep going the wrong way. Why? We keep winding up down here. Yeah, no, we need to go around. We're just facing the cliff on the wrong side. I don't know why I keep getting diverted like that. But maybe it was easier to fly. Oh, nope, that didn't work. Okay, that's fine, we'll drag it. Okay. Pull it up, and we should follow this wall. Oh, it's because of the elevation change here. I'm running into walls. How did I get there previously then? Where do we go up? Yeah, we're at too low elevation. We actually needed to go up all the way up here, I think. Right, at the North Chasm, yeah. So back to the light route we go. Or we can just climb and walk it the rest of the way. Yeah, let's just walk it. We an ascension point is even better. No, it doesn't quite line up. here, though, should work. Come on. Nope. Yeah, the detection on that isn't always very functional, but just want to see if there's an efficient way up so we can remember it for next time. I think none of these really work. But there we go. And revolver scale, yeah. If you think of the champions from Breath of the Wild as essentially the Beatles, I guess that works. Whoops, let's not do that. Yeah, we just went up the wrong way completely. That's okay, we'll just climb it somehow. Or, oh, sure, if I will fight you, just... Aren't we wearing the gloom resistance, or did I forget to wear that? I forgot to wear that. There we go, much better. Somewhat better. I guess it resists one heart or something. Let's actually figure out what weapon I'm holding. We actually don't need weapon strength here, we just need to lop his head off. You made a joke about Rivali being the taxman. The superplex and he didn't pick up on it, yeah. That's a little deeper into Beatles catalog though, so. Yeah, okay, let's climb. Picked up stamina for a reason. Okay. Let's make it up. Yeah, I guess we'll walk it unless we want to spawn a vehicle. We walked it last time too for the same reason, but there is an assembly point here. If it is at the correct elevation, which I'm not quite sure. You intentionally make references that he won't understand because his reaction is funny. Yep. They see you trolling. Okay, there's the tower. At least the Ascension Tower is extremely visible. Should be no problem getting back to that, even with our glow effect slightly reduced by gloom resistance. Quite like the gloom resistant tunic, in fact. It's a nice design. Kind of wonder what the other set pieces will be like if we ever get to complete it. Unless, of course, it's just like the Champion's tunic from the first game and doesn't match up to anything. I need a longer reach against these guys. I'm not going to bother. I might not have a choice. Okay. Don't want to use my good spears against them, though. It looks too cool not to match up to anything. Yeah, but that was true of the Champion's tunic in the first game, too, though. But it's true that, like, I feel like we will probably get a set, depending on how many Bargainer statues there are. In the same way that, you know, it's heavily implied, I think that Dark Link will also be a set. So yeah, Appleberry, I don't know how much of this you've already seen, and how much will be new to you. At this point, I'm seeing more and more viewers trickle in who have completed the game, since it is now safe to watch me far behind any kind of completion. Okay, we'll miss our chance there again. That's okay, we'll go down. Maybe not too quickly. Oh, you don't own the game, what you know is what you've seen from other streamers. Okay, that's fine. Well, hopefully you'll pick up a lot of material here to not spoil for others. Because I know that even though I've been doing much less of the main quest material than most people, I have seen a lot of side quest material that they haven't. Such that some people who have completed the game have been dropping by and wondering how I picked up certain things that I actually obtained very, very early. Anyway, next destination is back to the Temple of Time. We will go back to the plateau and ascend the same way we did last time. Yeah, people have a very different level of tolerance for what they consider a spoiler, I guess. For me, both this game and Breath of the Wild are so much about that personal journey of discovery, and that everybody will be doing things in a different order, that it's kind of important to preserve a certain element of a surprise, and also give yourself the flexibility to find puzzle solutions that look totally unintended. This guy's just a blue, right? I don't know if I should bother. Yeah, sure, why not? Get over here. Okay. There was a Mario reference in the Mario movie? I wonder how I somehow didn't pick up on that when I saw it. Who would have believed? Okay, let's move up here somewhat. Not raining this time, at least. So we can find a good location to pipe our way up. In fact, yeah, this area here worked out quite well. 2 ascensions, and you're just on the plateau immediately. Then, what did we do previously here? We actually went down and around. You enjoyed a social aspect of gaming more, yeah. Yeah, and, you know, the game industry is just so prolific and abundant now that it's impractical for anybody to play everything that interests them to the level that interests them, so you kind of need to give yourself the flexibility to, you know, experience certain games vicariously if you want to see at least a little bit of things you'll never have time to play. And I totally get that. I mean, like I said, you know, my main program on this stream usually is Super Mario Maker. And I got a capture card in the first place specifically for that, where the point is very much to talk about things like level design with people who are actively doing it and thinking about it. And It's very rewarding that way. The main thing that interests me about streaming this game, of course, is that, like I said, every journey and every play style is just extremely unique, and even if we don't have a lot of people watching, I found it extremely valuable to document my experience here, because, you know, back in Breath of the Wild, I didn't have a capture card, and so I pretty much recorded my experience in writing, which was extremely extensive, but not as precise as just having it on a video. Anyway, let's see this first of all. And yeah, this has been restored. And it is just the same old thing. We'll go stamina vessels across the board, I think, and actually, yeah, I don't know if there's going to be some kind of heart requirement later on for the Korok Forest or something, but let's go stamina. We're playing like a glass cannon anyway. Appleberry, for some reason you play the same games over and over, and you want to play Deltarune 2 blind. Yeah, I haven't played Deltarune at all. I did play Undertale back when it came out. But I never followed up on that so much, so... but I do know Deltarune's been kind of releasing episodically at a rather gentle pace. But yeah, traditionally I've also been somebody who plays very few games very deeply. Although in the early years of the Nintendo Switch that changed quite a bit. I was just devouring tons of stuff all of a sudden. And didn't get to go as deep with certain games as I would have liked to. Let's go salmon all the way. The sooner we fill this in, the sooner we'll just focus on hearts. Because I think it's just the third wheel here and we're done, so... Because honestly, running out of stamina gets me killed much more frequently than having low health. I just like having that flexibility. I did the same thing in Breath of the Wild until I realized that there was that hidden heart requirement for the Master Sword, which then required me to reallocate points. In this game, I have not yet discovered how to reallocate points. Anyway, we need eyeballs, so let's take some. Where's the other guy? Where are you? Rakuda? Big fat juicy target. Come on, get over here. And this is why we upgraded stamina, so we can just... Yeah, I shouldn't like that. No, there was definitely a way to reallocate points back in Breath of the Wild. And in fact, you kind of needed to do it if you wanted to get Master Sword without locking yourself out of it for a significant part of the game. Or a significant amount of time, I should say. So I would expect that there is a way to reallocate points. Here is just not in the same place that it used to be. Because so many things have moved around. And it is in many ways a completely new overworld, just with a lot of familiar locations to give you contextual cues. Okay, so we completed a major objective. Next thing we want to do, probably fill some more shrines on our way up to... What were we doing? I wanted to go to the Woodland Stable to see about the Great Ferry. And to do that, we're probably going to go over to Riverside Stable. We'll just cross a shrine along the way, and we'll do it. Yeah, we'll just hit shrines on the way to Riverside Stable, and then probably head up the woodland from there. If we can find it. It used to be around here. So. Yeah, Drebeshad visitors, that's what I'm saying, is that I also had to reallocate. And the thing is, I wasn't looking anything up, so I didn't know how many hearts were required. And so I think I tried 10 or something and then realized, whoops, it's not 10. And then, you know, it's not particularly guessable that the requirement is 13. And I'm aware that there is a way to exploit campfires or cookings to do it with less, but obviously not looking anything up in Breath of the Wild, we never did that. 13 is one of the numbers of all time, yeah. It's still in its prime. Okay, we marked a Korok location earlier here as unsolved, or was that... Yeah, why did I mark that as unsolved? Oh, first of all, treasure chest. Let's pick this out. It's in your top 13 numbers, yeah. I mean, it's not self-evidently the case, so... Stamp. Oh, maybe we stamped this because... Yeah, because the first time I was here, I didn't know what we would do to escort the Korok up here. So yeah, we could attack that. I'll check down below just to be sure, but I'm pretty sure I just marked that for the Korok escort that we have since completed. Okay. I'm just gonna check my health from time to time. Anyway, we don't really need to glow at this point. Let's put the fancy hat back on. Now that we have these really bulbous pants as well for mining purposes. Sand boots, snow boots, doesn't matter. We'll do something. But yeah, I really should look into the Great Ferry. We found 2 fountain locations. Well, no, we found 1 fountain location, but we've been told about the other one. And that's going to be something that matters a lot more than my health pool at this point, as far as defense goes, because so many things are going to one-shot me no matter what at this stage, with silver enemies spawning all over the map, so... Let's make it over. Let's maybe steal a horse if we can. I think we're around here somewhere. But if we can't, we'll just keep going. Yeah, this camp I'm not gonna bother with it. We'll deal with it another time. Although, it would be nice just to loot more silver moblins or something, but we're good for the time being. We picked a lot of fights in the open world in the early parts of the game, which is why we got silver enemies out on the map in no time flat. And now, in these central bases, a lot of these standard enemies are still at the lowest tier, but the commanders have been upgraded to silver. I don't know if it works the way it does in Master Mode in the first game, where the base game doesn't have a gold tier above silver, but we'll see what is going on there. And of course, everybody now is distinguished by their headpieces, and their horns. Yeah, we still have so many dangling tasks on the map that we know about but haven't approached. Okay, here's a combat shrine with 0 inventory. I've enjoyed every single one of these. Oh, this is a beginner level, okay. Let's not forget to get weapons then. We've got such a big health and stamina pool at this point, this should be no problem. And particularly because we can actually merge weapons. And then we'll just light everything on fire. Got wooden weapons, yeah. Let's not run into any walls, that's the biggest risk factor here by far. Yeah, these guys just get toasted so quickly. Alright. Oh, whoops. Bad idea. Stood a little too close to a weapon we set on fire. Let's maybe not do that. Who's shooting me? Oh, this guy up here. Okay. Oh, we didn't get the spike ball. Yeah, spike ball would knock down his platform, obviously. We're going to lose the beginner trial, aren't we? Whoop. There we go. Okay. Whoop. Set myself on fire. It would have been nice to fuse with the spike ball to take this whole thing down, but actually Boulder Hammer should do it. We just need to put the fire here for a moment and shoot this guy. Oops. Motion controls, go on, respond. My aim is not as good as it usually is here. I mean, I never ran out of things to do in Breath of the Wild either, but, you know, after a while I just got inundated with other games. We did do most of it, though. It wasn't a full 100%, but it was 100% on the things that mattered to me and reasonably close on the rest. Okay, so now we can merge the spike ball. Since we haven't used it yet, we can merge it with one of the existing weapons. We don't really care that much about chopping down trees. We may as well just drop something on one of these. Yeah. I think I've been using this one quite a bit, though, so let's take a look here. We'll also see what comes out of the chest first, in fact, because then that'll affect the decision for weapon fusion. Spring shield, not bad. With a 58 there. The nice thing about the spring shield is that you can use it once to get a bounce. And also this is lightning immune, which is important. We never really did end up using the flame emitter shield, so maybe I should just drop it. Yeah, spring shield, the nice thing about it is that you can shield surf into it to get a bounce. The question is, do I actually want to use the flame emitter shield at some point, or... I mean, it's kind of strictly better than the Zonite shield, because it's actually on the same kind of base, I think. So we might just replace that one. Yeah, because this is also the mighty shield. And if we use the spring, we can always just merge something else onto it. So I think this will be fine. We're full up on good shields at this point, so... Now... We've been using both of these weapons. Do we have something that's kind of pristine? Royal Halberd. With a thick stick. Yeah, I'm actually going to use this one with a spike ball. And that'll be nice. And let's go. Yeah, we need to do more logging in this game, because I don't know how much wood I'm going to need for some of the building quests later on. And because you don't have infinite bombs, you actually do need to chop down trees for wood, so... That was one other thing that bombs trivialized for me in the first game, was harvesting tons of wood. But basically, I was using bombs for everything. You blow up crates for it, you harvest your wood, you chip away at certain enemies from distance. You just use it for everything where you don't want to spend your ability. You know, I'm glad they took the opportunity to start from scratch in this game and rethink that a bit. I do love that the first game gave you both the square and the round bombs, though. A major quality of life improvement. Anyway, let's head onward. We'll just do the next one, I guess. It's right there. It's also close to one of the Misco treasures, which we haven't seen at all. After having been told about them at the very start of the game, we still have the X's on the map. Actually, shock resistance will be nice, because then we'll get 2 points of shock resistance. Between that and the Thunder Helm, and then... Yeah, we might as well pick that up. The other Misco treasures are over here. If we grab the shock resistance, then we'll have 2 points from that, then we just need 1 point from food to have immunity, I think. Which will be very useful against things like Lightning Gleeok. So, might as well do something that we were told about at the beginning. Also to get more pieces in advance of trying to see what upgrade costs are going to be in this game. Yeah, just so many shrines in the center to get new players powered up, which we totally missed for the first 100 hours or so. Anyway, let's see how this will go. Combat training, throwing. Yeah, I guess we have to throw stuff. Maybe just throwing objects. Okay. Shrine purifies the ancient evil. I guess we have to drop some of our own weapons. Yeah, so this is literally tutorial zone. Throws only? Yep. I don't want to spend my good stuff, so... You're not trying to brag, but throwing is kind of your specialty, yep. That is kind of a skill set to, you know, really throw a match in spectacular fashion rather than just losing the boring way. Okay, let's actually drop a weapon so I can pick up other things to throw. Oh, Royal Halberds and Rusty Halberds, okay. Fine. All done. I guess we have to do a few more. Now against a moving target. That's it. Oh, that's it. Well, that's the tutorial. We kind of did the same thing in the first game, where we were well over 100 hours by the time we saw the tutorials for certain combat mechanics. Like the Flurry Rush, which I haven't used that much in this game. Mighty Zonite Spear, obviously, since this is somewhere where you throw. Yeah, you get a throwing weapon in the throwing challenge, of course. I actually don't know if I want it. I have quite a few spears right now. I mean, I guess the stone axe isn't very precious, but we don't really have other mining and chopping weapons. It might be good. We can put it on one of the construct horns or something. We're unlikely to use a long throw, but yeah, because we can actually really pump it up with something. I'm not going to use my absolute best construct loot. But we can definitely put something decent on it. Not none of the 4s, like maybe one of the 3s. Not going to use a 4 on a throwing spear. Captain Constructs, yeah, this is 25, 35. 18 will do. Kind of a medium grade weapon. There we go. 36 damage spear, pretty good. Remember not liking spears? I love them because they're quick and responsive. I have trouble playing slow things like two-handers because I don't react defensively quickly enough. But anyway, you said you always threw them out accurately, I hope. I just tend to chuck them once they're low in durability. We really do need to expand our inventory at some point, but we'll get to it. I'm sure Hestu is somewhere in the tutorial zone as well, we just haven't bothered. For the first upgrade anyway, before perhaps retreating to the Lost Woods or somewhere like he did last time. We haven't seen the Lost Woods yet in this game, so... also, Misko's treasure is somewhere here. Let's take a look. It'll probably be somewhere around this rock. We'll get to it, and otherwise you tell yourself it's 3 AM. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll get to it over a time scale that is as yet unspecified. Nobody said the word now, except just now. So Misko's treasure is apparently somewhere around here. Let's take a look. Maybe it's clearly something to do with this rock. Just a matter of where it is in relation to that. On top, under, around the side. This marks the spot. Something else I can interact with. That looks like something. A bunch of rocks down there. This is a bomb location. Okay, this is great. This is it. Whistling Hill Cave. Yeah, we'll do it. Might as well. You know what? We'll just use lightning plus arrow. I don't know. Let's. Or do we want to put a rock in a weapon? It's a cave. We might need a mining weapon anyway, so. Chances are this will not be the only rock I need to bust down. Yes, we'll take your eyeballs. Thank you. Much appreciated. Like I said, not the only rock we'll have to bust down. Having some bonfires is nice too. We'll get through there in a minute. Let's check this side first. And look at that. Okay, these guys, let's just take them over a distance. I didn't care about using the good bows against them. We just don't want to mess with them too much. Alright. This is kind of obviously a bomb location, but we'll do things my way. And use rock on the other one. And this you can just kind of slash through it with a slashing weapon, which is not what we have. Or we can just burn it. Yeah. Okay. Oops. Oh, don't want to roast a truffle. It's too useful uncooked. Yeah, those guys are going to wake up and we'll just slap them. Bomb flowers we can pick up on the way down. That's kind of nice. Lots more, in fact. One more. Okay. They're gonna wake up, we'll slap them. No problem. This is all tutorial zone stuff anyway, so. And then we're not too far from those weapons, and we need more mining weapons. We can eventually take those. Also, an exit location here by the looks of it. Oh, treasure chest. Well, let's burn it. I mean, I can always take something off the Eightfold Blade as well and then put a rock back on it. That works too. Crazy that I don't have any slashing weapons. Royal Shield, even better one. We'll upgrade a double Royal, maybe, unless... Actually, it makes sense to upgrade a Lionel Shield at this point. Since we're doing so well in loot. Too bad we never actually used a Lionel Shield, basically. In fact, if we do this... Destroy the Lionel Shield. Drop. Whoops. Take, and then... We'll upgrade. Then okay, and then we ascend. Switch weapons. Should have brought a metal detector. Yeah, I mean, that's what magnesis was in the first game. Literally metal detector. Whoop. Oh, okay, this is just a stone-like thing. You know, I never tried to recall on these guys. I wonder if it works. Last time I think we just shot a bomb at him and call it a day, but I actually really wonder if... Oh, it totally works. Should smack him in the face, right? No, it doesn't. It just lets him go. Okay, so we do need a bomb to blow up the core. Oh, whoops. Okay, he's still going to spit boulders. We did break the shield down at least. Okay, what are we using? Something big. Just to deal with it. More shields, we don't need it. The durability's nice though. Maybe we just finally trade out the flame emitter. We can always get more. Okay, we'll use Rishu for this one. Right. Anything I failed to loot? I don't know. I tend to underuse shields in this game anyway, so that's why we stock up all the good ones that are just sitting around until we replace them. Okay, electric like, that's fine. They're not hard. Makes sense that this would be Electric Gear Guardian, actually. Okay, there we go, one cycle. Then we have another breakable point up above. Wooden shield, don't need it, even with the shield guard +8. This we will need a bomb flower for, unless... Oh, no, we just use an arrow. And look at that. This goes treasure. By the looks of it. This was much more involved and interesting than I expected, actually, from the map marker. That'll be a full cave system rather than just a treasure chest that you dig out of the ground or something. Rubber armor, and we have the Thunder Helm to go with this, so that'll be nice. An ancient marvel called rubber. I am rubber, you are glue. Anyway, let's ascend. It'll just bring me to the top of the rock, I'm sure. Come on, ascend. Got it. There we go. Okay. Next, Yeah, so that was nice. I guess we can expect full cave systems for climbing gear and presumably barbarian gear as well. It's not powerful. I'm sure this is a central location where it's the tutorial on how to use the towers once you get the map app and everything, but we'll skip it. We'll do what we intended and head to the Riverside Stable, possibly build a boat that will take me up to the Lost Woods. So, I'm kind of overdue for a river adventure if we have one. I'll just heal up at the stable as well. Not that we need the huge stamina boost anymore, but you know. We are at 72 arrows. We'll want to restock. Yeah, we'll just head to the stable. We'll follow the water if we can. This is one of the closest approaches we've had to Hyrule Castle in its present form. Because we just haven't been playing there. And yeah, we could just run over and grab all the intro tutorial stuff, but then at this stage, given the peculiar identity that this run has developed, it seems a shame to just make it box standard now, so. Wasn't there a Korok somewhere that we wanted to lift with a balloon, or... Oh, I think it was probably this one. No, we just didn't have the inclination to deal with previously. This hill is obviously built for shield surfing, but, you know, we're so precious about durability that we're not going to be spending our royal shields and that kind of thing. Anyway, down we are, and let's see what we have in store. Now, first of all, beetle. And yeah, we actually do need to do a bit of selling off. Probably just more of the luminous or amber. What's my luminous? Yeah, because you never know how much of this will be required for crafting and upgrades once we get the fairies going. Upgrades could be quite expensive. In fact, luminous, we actually sold off a lot of that. And we'll just sell off more amber. What do you got? Whoops. That was a misclick. And should we take the Melania bed? I'm tempted to. Did we ever take a look at the newspaper in this location, in fact? I think it was just telling me... Ah, okay, Sandshroud Skidoos. Skidoos, rather. And yeah, it actually acknowledges your completion of content earlier in the game. Other stories just tells you about Rito's stable, I'm pretty sure. Yep. And a eventually to journalist quest, which might require a camera anyway. And which, for all I know, might have to do with that skeleton in the bottom left. We'll deal with that once we eventually get the camera, much later in the game. Let's just rest up. Do we want the full Melania bed? The extra hearts and stamina? Yeah, why not? We've got money. Although I think we've seen all the hints at this point, so... And we'll see if we have the materials for a riverboat. Far in Grasslands, there's a place called Sakasa Ridge. I actually don't remember if we've seen this. Maybe we have. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we have cycled through all the hints. And next time we register a new stable, we'll grab the remaining point for the next reward, which I don't think was anything particularly interesting, probably just more slots. Or steeds. Okay, so if we can build a boat, that would be ideal. If not... well, we'll see, because I have some prototypes for various other things, I think. I do know that the next stable, I think you do get... do something. We've marked 2 stars here. I know one of them was the entry point... or, oh no, these are both the cave entrances. This star was the one that was the descent. We should actually change the icon for that. Well, that's okay. Yeah, these are stamps for caves that I want to see, I believe. Now we can make a boat. It did have a hovercraft, right? I don't know if the sled actually floats, though. I mean, it is described as a hovercraft. We should try it. Auto build. Yeah, hovercraft. Civics. That's 12. There's a control stick and a lamp and everything. Lamp is a bit gratuitous, but because I don't know if it actually floats. It's called a hovercraft, perhaps it does, but we might as well try it. We might as well. Worst case, we lose some stone that we can just mine in the depths again. And yeah, I don't think we have a boat otherwise in the recipe book. And there are no real parts here that we can pull off the shelf. Actually, there's a sail here. Maybe we should make it a sail because we have the cork frond to blow it. And then if we make it to the next stable, then we can perhaps create something more substantial. We actually want something long so we can stand back without spending durability. Whoop, come on. Yeah, because we actually do have the rock frond. We're going against a window, I don't know. Maybe we do need to widen this a bit. Yeah. Otherwise we'll get a bit stuck. If this fails, we'll do the hovercraft thing. Yeah, actually, it isn't going to be that good here. Well, the old Wind Waker method. We really should have widened the raft. Yeah, the current is actually a bit much. We can't get that far. Okay. It's not going to work too well. If you're going downriver, then yeah, but we're not going down. We're trying to go up. Let's try to hovercraft and see if it floats. Worst thing is... Worst case, it goes to waste. Doesn't really hover. Okay. I mean, it hovers over land, but clearly not over water. Now let's try to recover it. That's okay. We'll take it over land. Sled's gonna slide like crazy, but let's move it slightly. Now we know. The fan is also going to consume tons of power. Wherever on downslope with it, we'll just turn off the power and let him go. I just wonder if we should have taken some wheels on top of it to get more momentum going, but... Actually, you know what? We do have wheels over there. Because then momentum will be part of this when we cut power. Putting wheels on a sled, that clearly makes sense. I mean, here we have to be careful with this. That's why we have to be careful with this. There we go. That perception, yeah. It's gonna pitch forward like crazy. Actually, yeah, in order for the wheels to turn, we can't attach the wheels, we need to attach the axles, right? I feel like its current position is not gonna go too well, given how it's sticking. Glue is actually making it a bit difficult to see. Yeah, maybe that is it. Nope. You know what? Yuck. Come on. almost certainly do better than that. Okay, that's better. Now the final one. I need to fix the other wheel actually, so. No, it's totally out of position. Yeah, I wish it were easier to build a little more precisely. But that's what happens when you're a very grid-based thinker. In a very non-grid based environment. But okay, that was better. It's a little buggy. See if this even works. It totally doesn't work. The wheels are stiff. We actually need to put a beam on it. Yeah. No. It needs an axle. The wheels don't attach properly with the axle. At this point, the whole sled pre-build is really only being used for the fan as propulsion. Nope. No. Okay. Let's read the attachment points properly. Does roll. Good. Nope, that's off. Do one more, yep. Gotta retrofit this sled with some wheels. Oh. The fan is kind of in a way. Hang on. Let's see what we can do this way. Massively overcomplicating this. As we usually do. Oh, no. Come on. This is impressively awkward. Impressively awkward. Oh, at least push the wheel a bit. Burn most of our stamina wheel. The process. Where does the slide go? Just slide. Just slide. Hold still. Hold still. Okay, got it. Wow, that looks bad. Looks terrible. It's so off-center. That looks absolutely dreadful. In order to attach it, we'll have to go like that. Hang on. It's almost there. It's going to be way off center, but at least it's in alignment somewhat. Anyway, we've converted the sled. Probably not even going to be using this for very long. Probably should have just yeah, we're gonna be across the river from that thing anyway, and it's okay, we'll get a bit of momentum on the hill. Just like we might have on an actual sled. And we'll follow the course of the water, I think, instead of dealing with the bridges. We don't even need a lamp, it's totally consuming power. But yeah, we can kind of let up on it a little bit. We should have just taken a horse. I guess that's the same thing in the depths too. Just take a horse. I mean, the only reason to build this in the first place was because we thought we might have an option for water, so... Let's just maybe farm some honey. I remember being really short on honey in Breath of the Wild for some reason. I totally don't recall. It was one of the few materials I distinctly remember having to farm for. The other one being that electric rhino beetle, because we gave too many to beetle. Next time we take the horse. We can build a bridge across here, or we can just find a place to dash across. The stable is invisible though. You need to reach your friend. Actually, maybe we do need a vehicle. Yeah, we do need to send him across somehow. Let's... Or we could just build a massive bridge. I like the bridge building method better, actually, even though we'll need to expend some resources to do it. Did they have a stone axe somewhere? Oh yeah, I ditched it. Well, if we can find stone, like right here, which is a very clear implication for what to do. Badly damaged? Yeah, of course it is. Do we have another one? Or yeah, we do. I feel like we can do better than tree branch, but okay. Yeah, they do scale with attack power. In fact, it's kind of important to put them on an actual sword. I think I can walk across this. The logs are rather thick. Actually, that'll be fine because we just need to get crossing safely and just pull the log with us once we're there. So it doesn't really even matter if it functions as a bridge as long as it doesn't go down the river. Yeah, we don't even need it to go all the way. As long as we can reach it. Totally gonna get pulled though. Maybe use the cart as an anchor point. Or even just attach this thing on top and make a raft. Oh, I like that idea actually. I like that idea a lot. Just put it on top of a log raft and hopefully it doesn't sink. Any more logs? So we'll see how it does in terms of weight. But let's should actually work just to attach this whole construction. Not cost effective at all. That's okay. We really have to fight the current though. Quite a bit. Yeah, that's why it encourages you to build a bridge. Too much weight, actually. fan isn't enough to keep back the current this way. But we can grab this before it goes too far. Or we can at least grab a croc before it goes too far. No. Okay, no, it stayed. Ditched the boat. And we carry him the rest of the way. That works. Oh, let's get rid of the bats. Stone axe, yeah. Just that little stick. Total overkill, but it's okay. Probably should have just tried dropping the Korok on top of them. For a little bit of collision damage. I bet it would have worked too. I'll grab the treasure chest. We'll gladly take that. Anyway, we'll proceed to the next stable on foot and hopefully build a better boat. Over there, if I'm thinking of the right one. Yeah, Los Alphos, low tier 1. And this is pointing me to a Korok location, which will be fairly easy to spot, I would think. You can triangulate it. That's pointing here. That's pointing here, and it's going to be a third point. We'll see what the interaction is. Anyway, these guys are going to try to fight me. Okay, this guy is peeling off parts like crazy. A couple of chews over here. We'll ice them, I think. And let's see. Yeah, we should merge this weapon. Maybe once we shock him. Okay, can we merge the weapon? We can? Oh, he picked it up. Okay. Whoa, okay. That hits quite hard. Yeah, let's go, just drink and drink. I would blow him into the river, but I also want to lose him, so it's not. Whoa, okay. Right in the face. Yeah, we can't really skimp on the full health heart protection. Again, this is why We haven't really bothered to upgrade hearts, we just need gear before the health pool is actually useful. Anyway, we respawn right here, no real loss after finding the previous set of Koroks, I think, yeah. Oh, right, because we were trying to find the additional ones that were pointed out by the arrows, and we didn't quite get that. At least not yet. Yeah, because the previous clues that we've seen using these arrows are kind of a form of triangulation. You hear it. Oh, here we go. Anyway, we'll hit the stable, then we'll see how much time we have to do anything else. Oh yes, choo-choos anymore? Or just the one? Okay, duplicate. That's good, marginally. And yeah, this is the boat dock that allows you to build boats, I think. If I recall. We ever talked to the newsreader here? I do know that's... We had done some of the content here very early. Okay. Here's a beetle. Let's grab some ammo. And they're up for blood. No, I'm just checking my arrows. We probably need tons of amber for crafting, but oh well. Yeah, we potentially want more spider wings for flame resist. Actually, no. Let's prioritize. The pricey. We can afford it. Well, he's a man of principle. I have to admire that. Anyway, do we have a boat? I thought this was a location that previously did allow me to build with a fan and a battery or something. Maybe not. Nothing much, just a duck. Oh yes, here it is. Okay. I knew knew I had it somewhere. Control stick and battery. This was actually the place where I first figured out how to build a boat. If I can just take his. I feel like I must have tried it at some point. But he denies it. Yeah, I don't think he wants that. However, I can just take it, right? He doesn't stop me. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't attach properly, okay. It doesn't let you attach. Anyway, let's grab a mic then. Make sure it's against the current, or not even here, but back here, off the water. Bit of a precarious location. Move it back. I just need a fan and a battery, and we're pretty much set. When I first built a boat here, I didn't realize this was a battery. I thought it was a control point or something. Oops. Come on. Nope. Let's not drop it like that. Not so good for the battery health. Too heavy? I don't know. Maybe it's just too heavy. Okay, we're dragging it a bit, but it's okay. Basically like a water ski. Yeah, previously I built the fan a lot lower, I think, and that made a difference when it came to balancing it. So, maybe a bit of a wet ride, but you don't seem to be feeling the drag, so that's okay. Looks like another battle talus. I think we might have defeated that one previously. But anyway, we're going all the way up to at least a crossing, and we're going to look for next stable. This is a Korok. Not. The actual challenge here is trying to get within range of it. No, we're gonna go across and we'll do a range extension. Oops. Very satisfying, actually, to have a Korok puzzle in returning style. still use a lot of the new building mechanics in its own way. So you kind of know from the previous game what the solution's meant to look like. You can actually just reach it here, in fact. Motor will register when it's still attached. I guess not. It has not landed. Okay, we should reattach the fan somewhat. This might be better. It's going to pitch forward a bit, but... yeah, we're still sinking. We're sinking like crazy, in fact. Not the balance of the battery. Okay, yeah, we just need to not pitch forward on the control stick, because it does try to fly this like an airplane or something and pitch downwards. So you don't get the control stick out of neutral at all, then this works out just fine. I got another shrine location over here. Yeah, we'll deal with it sometime. This is fine. We'll dock here for a moment anyway, in fact. So we can mark. Oh, cherry tree. We should, in fact, look at a cherry tree. Because we know that is a cave marker. Let's cross. If we can. Without being washed away. Yeah, we'll make an offering, we'll mark some caves. If it is going to work like the Lord of the Mountain did in the other place, it might not. Yes. Endura carrot, we're gonna try. Any Endura carrot is mostly good for the horse gun, and we'll try an apple here. We'll start marking locations. This is only the second cherry tree that we found. We should mark this location. Just in case we need to recover this. Start referring to them with beacons. Not hearts, because I'm using hearts for fairies. I need a much better icon scheme for this kind of thing. Anyway, it's very hard to see where to mark this in the rain, but Oh yeah, that's Misko's cave. Yeah, we don't need to mark that. We know that. Shrine over there. Yeah. So we're not hitting a tree. We might be hitting a tree. This marker. Yeah. There's something that way. So we can mark it a bit more accurately. Maybe. We'll do it. I don't think it looks that close, but... Let's just add the castle. I don't know. That'll be too interesting. As far as cave locations go, but... And quite a few more locations to mark. Way off. Yeah, we need a better vantage point. Up here on a pillar. Oh, let's not lose the boat, though. Then... we'll just try to get a slightly better location for scoping. Korok as well. We'll do that too. Before that expires. Understandable. Luckily we do have the stamina. Yep, more caves. I think that's the Misko cave we just finished. No, it isn't, because we would see it if so. That was down here. Yeah. Well, when we explore the location later, that's going to be comparatively obvious. So I don't know. We really need to start everything here, but... that's just a Colosseum. It's probably just off target for something we have discovered already. It's much more to mark than accurately target, in fact. Do we know about this? Unless the wells count as well. Yeah, we're not going to mark everything. A little too much to deal with at this vantage point. Because mainly we want to prioritize the direction travel that we haven't seen yet. Maybe something a little over that ledge. we tag back here, for instance, yeah, it's going to be kind of within that area in between, so. Well, that's going to be fairly obvious once we go there, so it's not too much of a concern. Something like Kakariko. Probably something close to here. We'll mark it. We can actually always check it once we've marked it like that, but anyway, we're not going to do this too exhaustively right now. Like I was saying, oh, cave right there. Yeah, that's the Misco Cave, yeah. We talked about that. What about this one? Marked it. We'll get a better vantage point with these ones when we actually travel there. Until then, we'll take a look at this shrine, maybe. I don't know if we'll be able to stay long enough to do it, but we'll check it. Oh, that's going to lose the boat, though. And that's okay, because we're fairly close to the bridge. Perhaps. So many shrines along the way, though. Maybe we should come back for that. And try to prioritize the next stable first. We do know stables are consistently pretty close to shrines themselves, so. I didn't want to just take the boat. Yeah, because the woodland stable is probably around here. Well, why don't we take a look at the shrine and possibly log off from there. And just continue the journey next stream. Combat training, throwing. Didn't we do one like this? Oh, throwing objects, okay. Yeah, we'll do it. We could use all the fire fruit. Okay, this will be quick at least. It'll totally be object throwing, the thing that we discovered 90 hours in, after not reading the tutorial message. Good thing we're comfortable with it by now. Okay, let's do some more. We got a moving target. Okay, not perfect, but we got something out of that at least. And let's see what awaits us. Takes us up to how many? 51 now, I think. Yeah, just so many tutorial shrines scattered about this area. Definitely did things the hard way by skipping a lot of these early on. Anyway, boat definitely despawned, so we'll find some other way across. Let's go. Treasure here is very prominently marked. Also, that's something way back there. Can't even tag it accurately. So that's okay. When we eventually need to do some kind of mop-up, we'll go back to some of the cherry blossoms and see what we missed. For a moment, we'll cross, and yeah, there's obviously not a very accurate shrine marking here. Oh. Something much further along, we'll see it eventually. If it was that visible. We haven't propped up any signs in a while. I think we're overdue. Oh yeah, he's telling me to go to Lookout Landing again. Or to Imba. You hope to get there soon? Well, that's not how we're playing, so... Yeah, there's the other shrine. Just... tucked right here. That's very close. So the lights from the cherry blossom tree actually do remain for quite some time. So, yeah, we'll do the shrine, obviously, but we'll take a look at tags here. Yeah, because that's a little easier to see. We already marked that. Both of the ones inside, in fact, but we can check them for accuracy. That's the shrine back there. That looks like it's probably a stable for the campfire. That's gonna be something, though. In this general area, so. Are we still in the tutorial zone? Maybe. Also, our first look at the back of Hyrule Castle. There's a shrine up top that looks ascendable. In fact, there's a waterfall here that may, in fact, connect. Oh, let's get out of here before it gets struck. As long as the cutscene doesn't add to the lightning timing. Backtrack. Probably recall tutorial. Oh, there's a chest up here, actually. And yeah, we just need to maintain torch. Also, that would be vulnerable to fire, but we'll get that. Whoops. We're gonna backtrack this already. Oh, come on. There we go. Nope, nope. Didn't need to put that out. Honestly, we'll just light it up manually. Maybe so. Torch is badly damaged from missing every single flame. You know what? Whoops, didn't mean to shoot that. Gladly. Okay, so we need to not run when we're holding this. And probably not swing it either. There we go. And there's another ball recall. Oh, you probably have to land it in each one and then send it back as we go. The recall's got such a great range and is also easy to operate with motion controls. Anything else? Bit of a long ramp. No, we'll do it. That is another full upgrade's worth right there. Okay, so let's continue. Yeah, torch isn't going to be too useful here. Oh. Trade it out when we can. More carts we're not going to use for town. We probably should come up with some kind of cheap recipe that uses a lot of those parts, though. Just, you know, put all of them together with a steering stick and then save that or something. But then those would not be powered wheels, so perhaps not useful. Yeah, we've got a cavern over here, which looks rather prominent.
Oh.
And yeah, we snuck up in the rain. I love how it responds to that. Won't be too bad at all, actually. We're going to be within grab range. If not, we'll just... Well, you're supposed to place a platform, so I think we can always just use ice. We'll just use ice. The ice might melt, though. Oh no, it won't work. Okay. Maybe create it over water and then... Well, weld planks over here, we can just use that. Do things to ease away. Glad we got our hands on that first. Let's gloat. Well, perhaps we'll see more of these. And yeah, we are going after Misko's treasure. We know it. And not just the three marked locations, I guess, but everywhere else too. Including the cave that we're looking at right now. And everything's cooled down from Death Mountain, so who knows where flame proofing will come in useful. We will look at that at some point. Normally I just go now, but oh, well. Oh, that's a bog. Should have actually looked at that. That's okay, we have planks. We don't really have a good weapon to use with this. We'll grab seeds. Nothing much here except a stone, though. Yeah, we're pretty good on luminous. Not gonna bother spending durability on it. Okay, so we might as well mark the cave, even if we're not doing it right now. Have it on a map. I'm totally going to get roped into doing it right now, but let's discover it first, and then look at that. Isn't that? Oh, okay. Badly damaged, yeah. This is going to be a bit of a longer maze, I think. We'll do it next time. We'll leave the star here so I know to come back. Usually I'd go spelunking, but we are winding down the stream, so I'd like to get to a rest stop first. To a natural starting point for future exploration. Specifically, we're trying to find a woodland stable, but we'll see if we get there. Looks like that is it. Probably some of these cave systems are connected to the Great Ferry. But we'll find out. Horses, of course. And we'll register at the stable and we'll probably call it a day from there. Yeah. And I'm sure there'll be the well, the car, quest, everything. Garden City, that away. Looks like a brand new sign. Ascendable location over there. Great Ferry, right over there. Whoops, we don't need to double tag it. And yeah, there's something that's going to involve reassembling the band for the Great Ferry. There's an awful story behind it. What do we... Might have to complete this as a journalist from Dorito's stable in order to unlock the first ferry? I don't know. Seems a bit more of a linear route to unlock the first one than what we saw last time, but I guess we'll have to earn it. Yeah, that we've heard that. Anyway, let's register. And collect points and see what the next reward is going to be. Death Mountain is done erupting, okay. Guess we'll do something else with our flame-proofing gear. Hot lava inside the caves, I see. Okay. Well, flame-proofing to the rescue. Just another slot, not that useful. Even more horses, okay. Maybe we've exhausted the rewards that mattered. Oh! Monster shop. We need that. Cave system back here too. As we suspected. I wonder if Kilton remains in one location this time, or... But we know that there's a Tarrytown plot that's reserved for him. We do have the Darkling costume, so... Well, first time I met Kilton in this game. He's got some relations. They're like the spiritual successors to the Tingle family in some ways. Colton. Very anagrammatical. Yeah, these guys are totally the Tingle successors. You know, put him in a clown suit and it would probably be quite recognizable. A fairy suit, I guess. So I wonder if we get some metrics here for how we're doing on the monsters so far. Bubble gem. Oh, we have those. Oh, got lots to do here. Well, we finally know what that currency is for. Let's see how deep this is before we really commit. Oh yeah, we just zapped this guy and we're done. Yeah, finally a new opportunity. Turn in collectible. Yep. I mean, considering how long we've been sitting on our current stash. Yeah, we totally don't have a rock weapon to use to bust things down. We do have the spike balls, I suppose. What am I even holding here? Topaz rod, ruby sword. Yeah, we actually don't need both of these. Perhaps I should just ditch a gem and hope that smashing things around here would trade for other gems. We got plenty of electric weapons, we should be fine. Cash-wise, Topaz isn't worth that much. I think it's like 80 or so, so this will actually be a good trade. It's an okay trade. Here's one. Yes, it is. I don't know if this transformation will work. I think I'll need more. Hey, but Goblin Mask. Yeah, patched in late in Breath of the Wild, as I recall. Or maybe, no, maybe you could get it from Kilton to begin with. I actually don't remember. I think you could get it from Kilton. For a bit of stealth. Monster parts because they make you look like a monster, yeah. Let's see what else it gives me then. And I also don't know if they move locations, obviously, so... Bit of an addict. Oh, I guess we'll have to find them. In different locations. Now, is he disappearing now, or can we cash in right now? He's disappearing now. Let's do that. Tarrytown? Yeah, okay. At least we know that he's heading to that plot. That was marked out. And he'll give me locations. Excellent. Yeah, lots of different locations to check here, but so much to do. I mean, did we even check the stable well? Because there's going to be a stable well, there's going to be a Korok escort, there's going to be the associated shrine. But most importantly, there will be a ferry. However, we do know that the musician quest, whatever it is likely necessary for whatever the ferry interaction will be, so... This is a good place to stop, I think. We've got lots to do from this place as our debarkation point. And I'm sure to get roped into more adventures immediately if I don't take a rather deliberate pause. Did we check this? I can stop playing anytime I want. Anytime I want. This is one of the big ones. Oh, it totally is. Though, maybe this is just an ascension point. Or were we here previously? Hang on. Yeah, cavefish, lizards. I can't actually remember if we were just here a few minutes ago. Too busy checking everything. Oh, that was spooky. For the goat. Anyway, we'll need to help them, hopefully without having to do the whole journalist runabout, but then again, if we do, then that's an adventure. Yeah, great ferry over there. Probably some Koroks milling about. Let's buy some arrows. We got amber, opal, etc. Lots of opal, in fact. Oops. Red lizard is cheaper than the butterflies, I think. And eventually we'll be going to the caves, so... But it's sort of fire resistance, it's not flame resistance, so... Fine distinction. We might need it eventually for some kind of crafting. Lizards are not the easiest to catch sometimes. But we don't even know what the ferry upgrade materials are this time, so I think it's best to just park and call it a day, so. What do you got? Towing harness? Yep. I have one. Well, we just parked by the cart. In view of the Great Ferry. This will be it for today, so. We're even holding anything we like. Looking very elegant in the anti-gloom tunic. Rather dashing all around, actually. Anyhow, thank you so much for watching. We have been trying to stream this every day in some fashion, and hopefully that will continue because we have so much left to explore. Hopefully nothing that will run us around up and down quite like the eye installation quest that took up the first couple hours of today's stream, but you never know, and we'll take things as they come. Thank you for all the viewership. Particularly for everybody who came in with the raid from Superplex earlier. And we're going to send you off to somebody else to continue pattern of Twitch streamers trading favors. So, thank you so much for watching. We're off for now. Have fun with whatever it is you're playing or watching. See you at our next destination, and when we meet again, until we meet again, fare thee well.